Hello everyone, this is Logan59XP for a 1 day late stream. So yeah, this stream was supposed to be yesterday, but it wasn't yesterday because Pretendo was apparently having issues with this game on the exact wrong day for it to have issues in this game. Apparently it's been resolved and now it works, supposedly, although there might be still some minor issues, but it works, apparently, at least according to what I'm seeing in the Discord server. So we're going to go ahead and give it a shot. Hopefully this works out well. I have not tried it at all. This is going to be my first time trying it, so we'll see how that goes. But yeah, so for those of you who do not know, yes, Splatoon 1 and the Splatoon series in general is officially 10 years old today. Well, 10 years old yesterday, because it would have been on the 28th, which is when it came out in Japan. But it's still technically the anniversary because it came out in the US, so for us, basically, today, 10 years ago. So that still counts, and I believe the European and Australian anniversaries are tomorrow. But yeah, so it's still technically the anniversary, so the title still counts. It's still an anniversary stream, just not on the Japanese anniversary. But yeah, so I have not played Splatoon 1 since the original servers went offline in April of last year. I have also not tried Pretendo properly yet. It took me forever to get around to actually setting it up properly. But a few weeks ago, I finally got it set up, and it is pretty cool. It has some issues, but overall, it's pretty cool. Like having Miiverse back again, having the Mii Plaza on the main menu actually have stuff on it is cool again. And of course, you know, the online working is also a big deal. But I have not tried the online in any game yet. Not in Mario Kart, not in Smash, and not in Splatoon. So this is going to be my first ever time trying out Pretendo properly. Now, one problem, the biggest problem I have with Pretendo, and I know it's not all their fault, is all your stuff, your existing Nintendo Network ID doesn't work with Pretendo. You have to make a new account with a new ID, which means that none of your save data carries over, which means that in Splatoon 1, I'm going to be going completely back to square one, level 1, from the beginning, like it was launched 10 years ago. So that's kind of unfortunate, but you know what? Maybe that'll make the stream a little more interesting, you know, because I haven't really had the level 1 experience in a long time. Obviously, I am one of the Splatoon OGs. I've been there since the very beginning. I was there at launch for Splatoon 1. I was there at launch for Splatoon 2. I was there at launch for Splatoon 3. And you can bet your ass that when the first Switch 2 installment, which will probably be Splatoon 4, comes out in a few years, I'll be there for that as well. It's one of the staple Nintendo series for me, up there with Mario Kart and Smash and whatnot. It's not as important as those ones, but it's definitely one of those core series of the 5. For me, there are 5 core Nintendo franchises. There's 3D Mario, 3D Zelda, Mario Kart, Smash, and Splatoon. Those are the 5 core franchises that are guaranteed day 1 buys no matter what. So I've been with this franchise since the beginning. I remember when it was first revealed at E3 2014. I've been there for the entire ride, so this will be cool to revisit. Not that it's been forever. Again, I went and played it last year for the send-off for the official online, but this will be fun. I'm not sure if anyone's going to really show up for this. I'm not really expecting people to show up for this one, to be honest. But hey, what are you going to do? Hopefully we'll still be able to make this an entertaining stream, though. So, with that being said, we are, of course, currently on the Switch right now. We're going to be switching over to the Wii U, of course. Let's go ahead and do that right now. Power up the Wii U here. In fact, I'll show you guys, for those of you who have not messed with Pretendo, I will go ahead and actually show you a bit of what it has to offer, because it actually does have some differences compared to the original Nintendo Network in Miiverse. Namely in the aesthetics department, to make it more in line with the Pretendo color scheme, but still. So, okay, so you can see up there in the corner, it says using Nintendo Network. So I'm running Aroma, which is basically the universal custom firmware that most people use on the Wii U these days. Kind of like how Atmosphere is the universal custom firmware people use on the Switch, which is also what I use on the Switch. So let's go ahead and let's sign into my regular account, the account that I used during the Wii U era, which is this one. As you can see, there's my me, which is the me I still use to this day. Logan59XP is the nickname, but my Nintendo Network ID is Logan589, which, fun fact, this is something I've mentioned before in streams and stuff, but just kind of as a refresher. If you were to ask me, why is my name Logan589XP? That's why, because my Nintendo Network ID in 2012 was Logan589, and you couldn't change it, so I kind of figured, well, I'm locked into that name, so we'll go ahead and keep it, and we'll just throw XP on the end, because it sounded cool, whatever. That's really all there is to it. So that's why my name, right now at least, is Logan589XP. Right, it used to be Nintendo Addict 8, that was my original online name, when the channel started, and for a few years before that. But then in 2016, we moved away from that to a more neutral name, and I decided to use my old Nintendo Network ID as kind of the foundation for that. So that's kind of the little backstory of that. Let's go ahead and sign in. Now, of course, we can't play online on this account anymore as of April of 2024. But we'll go ahead and just kind of sign in real quick, just to kind of give you a little refresher on things. So here's the Wii U menu. Of course, there is no Miiverse, there is no game icons, it's just the stock, you know, Wii U built-in stuff we've had since the beginning. And then here, of course, is the other menu. We got some other stuff on here. Let me go ahead and grab my Pro Controller. We got games. Yeah, Wind Waker. I got that Star Fox Zero demo. I do have the actual Star Fox Zero, but I also have that demo. We have Captain Toad, Minecraft, Binding of Isaac, a couple of other small things. We have both of the Splatoon demos. And then we have that. We have some Virtual Console stuff. Nothing crazy there. And then, of course, finally, we have, of course, all the homebrew stuff. We got the App Store, we got the Aroma Updater, we got the various dumping tools, we got payload injectors, screenshot managers, as well as Coop Air, which is an application that lets you use non-Wii U controllers on the Wii U. In fact, a few weeks ago, when I was, because I had never fully finished my Wii U version of Breath of the Wild, so I went ahead, and since I figured, hey, we got the new version coming out, so I figured I'll go ahead and, you know, and finally 100%, well, not literally 100%, but basically do everything that matters, you know, finish the DLC, get all the costumes, whatever, you know, do that on the Wii U version, which I never did. I beat the base game on Wii U, but by the time the DLC came out, I had the Switch, and therefore I was playing the Switch version, so I never beat the DLC on Wii U. So I went back, you know, did the Wii U, yeah, kind of pretty much did everything else I could for that, and I actually used my Switch Pro Controller for that, using, this application, the Parrot. Now, I kind of regretted doing that because I think it may have messed up that Pro Controller. I'm not entirely sure. It could have been a coincidence, but whatever. Point is, you know, right now I'm just using the Wii U Pro Controller. That's what I'm using right now. So yeah, we got, all the homebrew stuff. And then, of course, we just have all the stock apps, you know, that don't even work anymore. Like, you know, YouTube, Netflix, Hulu. All these apps don't work anymore. They're not supported. Then, of course, you know, you got your Mii Maker and the long-defunct Wii U chat, all that stuff. Alrighty, so you get it. It's the Wii U. Everyone knows the Wii U at this point. Let's go ahead and get to the fun part. So let's go ahead and do this. Bring up my plugin system config menu. Let's go ahead and turn on Inkay, which is the plugin that you use in order to basically turn on Pretendo. So let's go ahead and do that. And now it's going to restart the console. And then now we're going to select my other account, which currently has a stock me on it because I haven't been able to find a good way of being able to, because there's no way to like copy an existing me and use it on another account on the Wii U. I've been trying to find a way to get my current me on that account. So for now, I'm just stuck with a default me that I made purple because Pretendo's color is purple, so it's at least not completely standard, even if it is a mostly stock me. But what are you going to do? So now you see in the corner it says using Pretendo network. And so over here we have my Pretendo account, which is also called Logan59XP, and the ID is Logan59XP instead of just Logan589. As you can see, it's just a stock me, nothing crazy. You can also notice that the shading on the me is different because the Pretendo uses the Mi Studio / Mi Tomo / like Switch era kind of rendering for the Miis, as opposed to the more kind of like 3D look of like the Wii U and 3DS. So that's why the shading on the Mii looks like that. Although it doesn't always look like that. Sometimes it does have the Wii U looking shading, but that's just kind of how it looks for some reason. Anyways, so yeah, even though it says Nintendo Network ID, this is a Pretendo account. It will sign into Pretendo and everything when I click on it. It would not do that if I tried using my regular account. So let's just go ahead and click on that. Signing into Nintendo Network, which is actually Pretendo Network in this case. It's going to ask me about this. Now, as far as I know, there's no way to get around this. It doesn't really matter, to be clear. But at least as of right now, there's no way to get this to go away. Because, of course, if you ask it to send you an email, it won't send you one because it's trying to send it to a non-existent service or whatever. Alrighty, here we go. And look at that! Life on the Wii U, isn't it beautiful? It's not dead anymore. There's actual icons and actual Miis of real people making posts. Isn't it glorious? It's like the mid-2010s all over again. But in all seriousness, though, that is pretty cool. And one thing that was not a thing on the Wii U originally is that you can see there's some 3DS games in there. You can see Triforce Heroes, Mario Kart 7, as well as Kid Icarus Uprising. But because their icons are for 3DS games, the icons are lower res, which is very apparent in the case of Pit over there. You can see that icon is particularly low res. The Triforce Heroes one actually looks okay, and Mario Kart 7 looks okay, I suppose. And you can see we got Smash Wii U, Mario Kart 8, original Mario Kart 8, Pokken, Splatoon 1, Mario Maker, whatnot. So yeah, Miiverse works again. That's pretty cool. In fact, I'll go ahead and show you what Miiverse looks like, because it does look a little different. So Miiverse in Pretendo is not actually called Miiverse, it's called Juxtaposition. Even though on the console itself it looks the same. Okay, so here we go. So here's what it looks like. You can see an immediate indication that this is unofficial because it has Homebrew Community as one of the communities. That would obviously not be there if this was official. We also got Splatoon, Mario Kart 8, Minecraft, Nintendo Land, Smash 4, and I believe this is Smash, like, 3DS and Wii U, hence why it has both the blue and red. And then again, we have some 3DS games. We got Pokemon Rumble Blast, Kirby Clash Deluxe, Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate. Actually, no, I think that's the Wii U version of that game, actually. And then we got Kid Icarus Uprising, whatnot, Tomodachi Life. If we go to Activity Feed, I don't have any posts, of course, but if we go to Global Feed, Splatoon servers are back up for people that don't know. So yeah, there's just a bunch of random posts about random stuff, essentially. Yes, you're seeing that correctly. The Sonic the Hedgehog thing has the Sonic Mania icon. I don't know why. It just does for some reason. Now, wait, where's one that has messages? Not messages. Oh, here's a screenshot. Someone has got like a custom font going. Okay, so we got some drawings. There used to be more drawings. I remember I looked at this the other day, and there was a lot more drawings. I don't know, maybe I need to go to a specific community to see that. Let's go to... I guess since we're doing Splatoon, let's go ahead and look at Splatoon. So there's the ones we saw already. There's that screenshot. There's some more drawings. Show spoiler. What spoiler? Why not work? Yeah, again, we've had some kind of weird issues of like the servers, the Pretendo servers not really working correctly, although apparently they work now. So we're gonna, yeah, people that are like, yeah, 10 years. I saw a lot of 10-year anniversary posts yesterday. Yeah, 10 years, as you'd expect, of course. So yeah, Miiverse works again. Oh, you can see this person has an Octoling mod. In fact, I saw someone was streaming on Twitch earlier that had an Octoling mod turned on. I don't have any mods for Splatoon turned on at the moment, so we're just going to be playing the game vanilla, pretty much. Okay, so you get the point. You get the idea. It's Miiverse. It works. So, yeah, you get the idea. And I haven't made any posts on here. So yeah, here's my profile, I suppose. As you can see, again, it's all purple because, again, that's the color of Pretendo. So yeah, I have nothing on here. And again, I need to update my Mii so it's my actual proper Mii, but I'll get around to that one of these days. Messages, notifications, yeah, so. Yeah, that's cool. That Miiverse works again. What the heck? Oh. You gotta press the home button to get out of that. Okay. And one other thing I want to show real quick, just again as further proof that it really is different, although I'm not sure if this shows on the TV or not. I believe it's this setting, right? Okay, I believe this is gonna do what I think it's supposed to do, but let me go ahead and, just to be absolutely safe, disable the capture for a brief second. I don't think there's anything on here that matters, but I'm just double or triple check. Okay, my email is on this, although at this point, does that really matter that much? But essentially, it's got like a purple theme and whatnot. It's got all your different options. It even has some Pretendo-specific options, like your server environment. If you have, like, if you're subscribed to the Patreon, you get access to the beta servers. I'm not on the Patreon, so I just have the regular production servers, as they call them. You can also click on receive email notifications. It says my email is not verified, which it's not. But again, I don't really know how you're supposed to verify that. It doesn't stop you from using it or anything, so it doesn't really matter for now. But yeah, then there's also a non-Nintendo device setting that you can turn off and on, which I assume would be, if you wanted to use your account on, Cemu, for example. But anyway, let's go ahead and back out of that, and get back to what we're actually here for, which is actually playing this dang game. Just figured I'd do a little preamble for those of you that haven't really seen Pretendo before. If you want to set up Pretendo on your Wii U, you're basically going to have to homebrew it, which is not that hard. There's a guide out there. There's a very fairly simple guide out there. I forget, it's like Wii U guides dot something or whatever. I don't know. It's a very, although that you can use to install Aroma, it's not that hard. You can technically use a limited form of Pretendo without having the mod your Wii U. I know there is a method for that, but I've never done it, and I probably wouldn't recommend it. I feel like if you're going to use Pretendo, go all in and actually, get the proper plugin and get your account set up and everything. So, yeah. But anyways, let's go ahead and jump into this finally. And hopefully this works, because I've done a lot of preamble. We spent 20 minutes of preamble here, and it would be a shame if after all of that, the servers just decided to not work anymore. Let me go ahead and check the Discord to make sure they are still working. I think they are, but I'm going to check again. It should work. I've seen some people that have been trying to play via Cemu have issues, but as far as I can tell, if you're playing on a Wii U, it's fine. But we'll see, obviously. So, like I said earlier, this is on a new account, which means that I have nothing. See, as you can see here, we're starting off right here at the beginning. Completely stock. Girl, boy options, everything. Completely from the ground up here. We're going to pick the girl because I always play as the girl in these games. I always have. I don't know, it just kind of feels right, for lack of a better term. I have played as the boy Inkling a couple of times, but for the vast majority of my time playing all these games, I always pick the girl because it just feels right, The series kind of revolves around them. And that's not just me saying that. Like, if you look at interviews from the development of Splatoon 1, they mention how the series started with the girl Inkling, and then they added the boy Inkling later. Like, it was, so the series really does kind of revolve around them more so anyway. So it just kind of feels right to play as the girl. But anyways, so yeah, we're doing the course of the tutorial. Since this is something I've mentioned in the past, how for some mysterious reason, Splatoon 1's controls are more responsive than 2 and 3's. I don't know why this is the case, it just is for some reason. Like, moving the controls around on the gamepad just feels more responsive than when you do it on a Pro controller in 2 and 3. It's weird, because it really... That doesn't make any sense, but for some reason, that's just how it works. It's not like a huge deal or anything, but like it is one of those things, like when you go back to Splatoon 1, it's like, oh yeah, the controls are more responsive for some weird reason. Hopefully in 4 that gets fixed, but I don't know. In 2 and 3 that was a thing, so who knows? Maybe that's just something that we just have from now on. Again, it's not like a big deal or anything. It's not a huge change, but you do notice it when you go between the games. Alrighty then. Now it's going to tell us about the shops and everything, of course. And of course, Callie and Marie. Can't forget about them. You know, this is something I've mentioned in the past. I remember when Callie and Marie were first revealed, and I thought they were, like, really weird. Like, I was, like, kind of unironically, what is this weeb stuff doing in this inky shooty game? When they were first revealed in, like, the Splatoon 1 Direct back in the day. And now I can't picture the series without characters like this. Like, I can't imagine us getting a Splatoon game that doesn't have idle characters. It's just such an intrinsic part of the game. Does it actually matter to me? Not really. To me, Splatoon is not about the lore, it's not about the idols or anything like that. It's about inky shooty game. That's what the game is for me. It's inky shooty game. Everything else is secondary. But there are a lot of people that really like those other aspects of the series. It's just not something I'm super big on, personally. But, I mean, if you were to ask me to pick a team of the idols, I mean, it's going to be the Squid Sisters. I mean, what can I say? I'm an OG. I'm a Splatoon 1 OG. I'm always going to side with the originals. Which is what I did when we got the Splatfest last year, the big grand festival in Splatoon 3. I, of course, picked their team, because, again, I was never not going to. Anyway, so yeah, look at that. Bone stock outfit. No weapons. Nothing. We're completely vanilla here. Which is going to be really weird, because I'm going to have a big disadvantage against everyone else. Although, well, who knows how many people there actually are. And by the way, yes, there are posts. See? There are posts. So again, Miiverse really does work. But anyways, enough about that. Let's go ahead and finally play a match for the first time in a year since the official servers were shut down. Assuming it works. This theme is a classic. The Splatoon 1 soundtrack is easily my favorite soundtrack in the series. It's so nostalgic. Oh man, this OG menu. These OG sound effects, man. So of course I don't have ranked battle. You gotta get to level 10 for that. So that means we got Hammerhead Bridge and Museum d'Alfonso, which are both maps that are in Splatoon 3, although it really is only one of those maps, because Museum d'Alfonso is pretty much unchanged in Splatoon 3, but Hammerhead Bridge is basically a completely different stage in or not stage, what is this, Smash? It's a completely different map. Is it stage in Splatoon? Because in Mario Kart it's tracks, in Smash it's stages, in Splatoon is it map or is it stage? It might be both, actually. I think I've seen the wiki refer to them as stages before. Let me actually see if that's true. While we're waiting on this to hope. Okay, yes, stages. Stages. Okay, so in Splatoon they are called stages. Oh no, that's not a good sign. Oh no. Oh no. That is not a good sign. That is not a good sign. Come on, please work. I waited a whole day in the hopes that everything would be fine now. I really hope this stream doesn't become a dud because of this. I mean, we could do the single player. I mentioned that yesterday in the community post, but I don't know. I feel like I did a good enough job covering the single player a few years ago. I think I did a good job at that already. Oh boy. Come on. And the thing is, it works because, again, we're in the lobby. It wouldn't let us in the lobby if it didn't work at all. and we can see the stages. So, oh wait, can we at least do? Oh, I forgot. What? I completely forgot about this feature. Woohoo! Look, we're in a map technically, even if it's not an online map. Okay, so at least we can walk around for a little bit. So yeah, Hammerhead Bridge is now technically speaking, it's not completely different in Splatoon 3, but it may as well be a new stage. It shares some of the layout of the original, but it's practically a new stage in my opinion. Hammerhead Bridge in Splatoon 3 is basically a completely new stage, so... I mean, I still think it's a fine stage in that game. I don't think it's, like, ruined or anything necessarily, but it is completely different. So yeah, look at that. We got a post right there. So yeah, again, just moving the motion controls around, it's like, man, it's so responsive. The motion controls in this game were on point. They were absolutely flawless in this game. Then yeah, in 2 and 3 they were a little less responsive for some weird reason. I don't know why. Dead game. I'm not sure if that's a reference to the servers or if that's a reference to something else. But yeah, so alrighty then. So we can at least do the retcon. The recon. Guess we can go ahead and jump into Museum d'Alfonso real quick. Now, again, Museum d'Alfonso is pretty much the same in here as it is in Splatoon 3. As far as I know, there's, like, no actual changes, at least nothing of note. Not one thing is different, as far as I can remember. It's pretty much exactly the same. It's pretty much exactly the same. Wait a second. Are those are those like the, I was gonna say the salmon eggs, but no, that's not what that is. Wait, actually, no, isn't that what that is? No, because the salmonoids weren't introduced until Splatoon 2. Those are the orbs you get in the single player. They just happen to look like the same. They probably aren't exactly the same, but they're very similar. Okay, so, yeah, there's the dead game post again. I mean, it was, what up, Splatoon 1 fans? Still trying to play the game? Me too. Yeah, it's what we're trying to do. We're trying to play this game if the servers will actually work. Okay, let's go and try that again. Come on, can I get at least one match? Just one singular match. Just one. Let me check the Discord again. Check your NAT type. I don't think NAT type has anything to do with it, because, I mean, I don't think, can you even change that on the console itself? I'm not even sure if you can. Here we go, finally! Okay, woohoo! We got into a lobby! That's a step! That's a step, dang it. That's a step. So something I've mentioned, I know in the last couple of streams, is the idea of, like, I've seen people talk about a Splatoon 1 port before. I know people have talked about it for years, and I've kind of been like, I don't really know if we need that. Now, though, I think it would be a good idea, because then it'd be nice to have all of the Splatoon games on one system. It doesn't even have to be a Switch 2 game. You're right. I mean, it shouldn't, frankly. I mean, it's a Wii U game after all. But, you know, just put it on the OG Switch. That's fine. Even if it didn't get a Switch 2 edition. I mean, I'd like a Switch 2 edition that has, like, 120 hertz or 1440p support. But, like, even if it was just 1080 60, that's still better than the 720p 60 of the original. And of course, it would have actual online again. No, granted, it would eventually die at some point, but at least we'd have a newer version, so... I'm actually not against it. I'd be 100% down for a Splatoon 1 port on Switch or Switch 2. So we can have all the games on a modern system. And so this game, which absolutely deserves to be ported, like Splatoon 1, like I said, is my favorite game in the series. It absolutely deserves a port to something that is not the Wii U, with its now dead online that you can only play if you use Pretendo. We're missing one person here. So I guess while we're waiting, I guess we can talk about some stuff. So it is Thursday, May 29th, which means that we are exactly 1 week away from the release of the Switch 2. So it's pretty cool. My pre-order is still there. It has not been canceled yet. I've seen reports of pre-orders being canceled in certain regions by certain retailers. Mine has not been canceled yet. Mine is from Walmart, the Mario Kart bundle. It has not been canceled yet. So I'm still in the clear. We'll see how long that lasts. And better believe you me, if it gets canceled, I will let you guys know. I'll make a community post if it gets canceled. But it has not been canceled yet. And at this point, if it hasn't been canceled, it's not going to. At least in my opinion. But I still have a backup in the form of the My Nintendo Store invite. Now, ever since I got that Walmart thing locked in, I've been planning on using my invite to help Ethan get a Switch 2. So essentially, my invite is now his invite, and he'll just he'll just send me over his payment information, and then I'll order it, and then once it shows up, he'll just come over and pick it up essentially. And that's been kind of our plan for how we were going to do it. But I haven't been selected in the first couple of waves, and there hasn't been a new wave of invites in like a week or so. So at this point, I don't think that's going to happen before launch, so he's probably just going to have to go to a retailer the day of and just hope he gets lucky. But we'll see what happens. Now, I did get that but I did get that email that they sent out like about a week or so ago that was like, hey, don't worry, you're still in line. I did get that email, but I have not received an invite yet. So yeah, that's kind of the current status of that. So yeah, I'm in the clear, but Ethan isn't yet. And, yeah, so, hopefully I get an invite, or hopefully he's able to get one some other way, but, we'll see what happens. One thing, though, I do know is that, Ethan has already told me a couple of times that, like, if he can't get Mario Kart through that bundle, he's just not gonna bother. Like, he's not gonna spend $80 to get that game. So it's either bundle, or he just doesn't bother. He'll just wait for Donkey Kong to come out. So, kind of one thing I thought of is, hey, what if you can get a Switch 2, but you can only get the regular Switch, not the one with Mario Kart? I was kind of like, hey, if you can get the regular Switch 2 on day one, I'll give you my Mario Kart code for $50, and I'll just go out and buy the physical copy I want in the first place. And I'll just take the hit. Whatever. At least I'm getting something more for my money and not just spending more money on nothing. And I'm essentially spending an extra $30 to get a physical copy. So in my mind, that's at least somewhat worth it. But that only works in the scenario that he gets a Switch 2 on day one. Because if he doesn't get one day one, well, I'm not gonna wait for him to get one and just not play Mario Kart for a few days or whatever. That's not happening. So that little scenario I came up with only works in that one specific instance. Otherwise, I'll just redeem the code and then that'll be that. I mean, hopefully he can get a bundle. That's what the ideal scenario is. He can just get one of the bundles. But if he can't get a bundle and he can only get a regular one, then yeah, I'm perfectly willing to just give him my download code for $50 and I'll just go out and take the hit and get the physical copy. Which I wanted in the first place, because I'm not one of those, like, physical or die people, but I am very much someone that, if I can get a physical copy, I want a physical copy. And the only reason I'm not getting a physical copy of World right now is because the bundle exists. If the bundle didn't exist, and it didn't make the game $30 cheaper, then I would be getting a physical copy price tag be damned. But I got the bundle, so that's kind of the current plan, unless that one scenario comes up, in which case he gets that code and I'll just go and pick up a physical copy. And hey, he gets $50 Mario Kart, I get a physical copy, everyone wins, pretty much. But we'll see what happens. So that was yeah, not a great first match, but again, I am literally at ground zero here. I have absolutely nothing. Just the Splattershot Jr., no real abilities, nothing. So it's gonna take us a little bit of time, but hey, it is what it is, I suppose. Thankfully, there is people. There is enough people to start up matches, thankfully. So I guess one other thing I can talk about real quick is I just kind of want to give a thank you. I don't think anyone that watched that video is going to be watching this, but just in case, by sheer chance, anyone that watched is watching this as well, I want to thank you and everyone for watching that Series S discussion I did a few weeks ago. That video did way better than I ever thought it would. I thought that video would get like 50 views at best. Like, absolute best case scenario, it would get like 40, 50 views. But it was probably going to get around 20 or 30. It got 305 views. That is absolutely crazy for a discussion. That would be a good view count for a regular video. That would be a good count for like a regular video. That'd be really good for a regular video. But for a discussion, for what's just a JPEG on screen for an hour, basically, that did really well. It wasn't actually a JPEG, by the way. It was a PNG. The thumbnail's a JPEG, but the actual image in the video is a PNG, even though it's all going to still get compressed because of YouTube in the video anyway, but I'm just saying for reasons. Point is, that video did really well. I'm very, very happy about it, and I'm also very happy to see how many people commented on it. As you can imagine, with the Series S being a very controversial console, quite a few people had quite a few differing opinions on it, and that was really cool to see. From people that have been around for a long time, like Jay and Ethan, to a bunch of new people I've never seen before. So it was really cool to see that kind of those comments. There were a couple of comments in there. There were people kind of like infighting, but most of the comments I thought were actually pretty alright. So I was pretty happy with to see the video both do well from a views perspective and also get quite a few comments, because I normally don't get that many comments on videos, if any. So yeah, I just wanted to say a big thanks to everyone that watched that video. That was really cool. So I'm not sure if anyone's paying attention to the background, but I saw there's a message about Pretendo right over here. Let's read that for a second. Let's see. Using Pretendo's Miiverse, going cool so far. I think it was cool. Anyway, yeah. Got some other posts. I think I saw a repeat of the Pretendo post over here as well. There was like 2 of them back to back. Yeah, it's great that I can finally play this game again, though. Because, again, Splatoon 1 is my favorite game in the series. Is that partly because of nostalgia? Absolutely. But I think it's also because I just genuinely enjoy playing this game more than the others. And I think that's partially because the maps in this game are the best maps in the series. Obviously, I like 2 and 3. I've played a ton of 2 and 3. I think I've put... I'd have to check what my numbers are. I know Splatoon 1 is around like 150, 200 hours. Splatoon 2 is around 150, 200 hours. And I think Splatoon 3 is like 250 hours. So I've put in a lot of time into all 3 games. But Splatoon 1 is always going to be my favorite. I'm always going to have a big soft spot for it, because it was the first, it has the best music, it has the best stages. It's from that time when the series and Nintendo in general was just not as well known as they are now. You know, you know. It's always going to have a soft spot with me, for sure. Which is, again, why I'm totally down for it getting a port at some point. Because it'd be a shame for this game to languish on the Wii U forever. Especially because, again, you cannot officially, at least, play it online anymore. You need to use Pretendo or some other service to play it online now, which of course means the amount of people that are going to be playing online is going to be a lot smaller than it would have been if it was available officially. But hey, I'm glad that Pretendo exists. Shout out to the guys at Pretendo. They're obviously doing God's work here, resurrecting Wii U and 3DS Online. And I'm sure we'll get this type of deal when the Switch Online inevitably gets shut down in like a decade or whatever. Well, of course, people will resurrect that as well. So, truth be told, the online services for these kinds of games never truly die, because there will always be an unofficial way of resurrecting it. It's one of the reasons why I never fret too much about the eShop is going away and stuff like that, because, like, you do realize that the internet exists, and modders exist, and dumpers exist, right? Like, obviously having an official method is ideal, but as long as there's a way to do something, that's all that really matters to me. Like, as long as there's a way to play online, a way to get those games, a way to get those DLCs, whether it's official or unofficial, as long as there's a way to do it, then that's really all that matters to me. Which is why when the eShop shut down on the Wii U and 3DS for new purchases, you can still re-download all your old stuff, just to be clear. Which is also the case for the Wii and DSi shops as well. You can still re-download all your old stuff on those as well. You can't buy anything new anymore. I'm not that worried about that, because like if you really want a Wii U or 3DS game, or like DLC you never got around to buying, you can get it. Oh, trust me, there are ways to get it, like Wii U USB helper, for example. So it is not hard at all. If you know where to look, you can get that stuff. So I don't think it's the biggest deal ever, but that's just me. Now, I guess one downside of porting Splatoon 1 to the Switch or Switch 2 is that whole, like, the latency on the gamepad is somehow lower than the Pro Controller for the motion controls for whatever reason. I'm guessing that would carry over, so the motion controls wouldn't be quite as responsive in the Switch versions on paper, but I don't know. If that's the sacrifice we have to make to have a Switch or Switch 2 version, then so be it. I'd still take that over not having it at all. And besides, if I really want the more responsive motion controls, I can just play this version. Even though I probably wouldn't at that point, for the most part. I'd just move on to the Switch version. But yeah, 10 years of Splatoon, man. It really has been that long. Again, I've been there for the entire journey. I remember when they first revealed it at E3 2014, and how it was kind of this weird game. And everyone called it, you know, Nintendo's Call of Duty at the time, because, I mean, it was their shooter game. So what else were you going to call it? Even though it's nothing at all like Call of Duty, or Battlefield, or any of the other big mainstream shooter games at the time. It's completely its own unique thing, right? And it has cemented itself over the years as being one of Nintendo's big series now. Now, that's more so in Japan than it is here. Splatoon is kind of Nintendo's Dragon Quest, where, while it's popular around the world, it's really popular at home, right? Dragon Quest has its fans in the West. but its home is always going to be Japan. Japan famously is really big about Dragon Quest. Maybe not as big as some people make it out to be. Like, I know there's been the talk of like the Dragon Quest Day, where every time a new Dragon Quest game comes out, like millions of people in Japan like they do like work leave or whatever. You know, I think that's not 100% true, but it is true that Dragon Quest is way bigger in Japan than it is here. And that's kind of the case for Splatoon. Probably not as aggressively as Dragon Quest, but Splatoon from the beginning was always massive in Japan. You know, that's where they held those like concerts and stuff. Like, it was always much bigger in Japan, even from the very beginning. But obviously it has a fan base here, but it's definitely more popular in Japan than it is here. And I think that's one of the reasons why it's not respected as much as other Nintendo franchises. Like, I've kind of felt like Splatoon has always been that series that's kind of had to, like, prove itself to the larger audience. Because the people that really like Splatoon really like it, and the people that don't care about Splatoon just do not care for it at all. It's kind of one of those you either love it or hate it type deals. I mean, people don't really hate Splatoon necessarily, but they just don't really care for it. You know? You're either in or you're not, basically. That's kind of how the franchise works. At least that's how it's felt like it's worked for the longest. You're either really into the franchise and you're there for every single game, or you don't bother at all. There's no such thing as a casual Splatoon player. I mean, obviously there is. But you know what I'm trying to say. No, I'm not going to sit here and claim like I'm the hardest core Splatoon player ever, because I'm not. But I have played a ton of every game so far, and I've been there for the release of every game so far. And I don't intend for that to change anytime soon. Again, when Splatoon 4 inevitably comes out in like a few years, I say a few years because I've seen some people speculate, 2026. I'm not convinced about that because Splatoon is made by the Animal Crossing team, and it's been 5 years since New Horizons. So I think the next game on their plate is going to be Animal Crossing, kind of like how we went from Splatoon 1 to Splatoon 2, and then we had New Horizons, then Splatoon 3. Now I think we're going to get the next Animal Crossing, and then we'll get Splatoon 4. That's my guess. So we're going to have to wait a little bit for it, which I'm perfectly fine with. I don't think we need a new game anytime soon. Splatoon 3 still feels, fairly recent in my mind. It doesn't feel old. But by the time Splatoon 3 came out, Splatoon 2 did feel old. It was like 5-6 years old at that point. But Splatoon 3 is only like 2.5, 3 years old. So like it's not that old. Plus it only wrapped up updates like in September with the big grand festival. So like it's not time yet. And this isn't like with the Switch, where they had to get a game out on the Switch as soon as possible because they couldn't play the Wii U one. Because all the Switch games are backwards compatible, so you can play 2 and 3 on the Switch 2 just fine. So there's no rush for them to put out a 4th game just for the sake of having one on the Switch 2 near launch like last time, so... I mean, it would be nice if we could get, like, an update, like, whether it's a free update or a Switch 2 edition of Splatoon 3, that'd be kind of cool. I don't think they're going to do one, because I think if they were going to do an update or an upgrade of some kind, they would have told us by now, because, again, Splatoon is one of their kind of big core series now. I mean, obviously, it's not on the level of Mario or Zelda, let's make that clear, but it's like a B+, A- tier franchise in, like, the Nintendo franchise hierarchy. Like all of the game, like Splatoon 1 sold like 6 million copies on the Wii U. And then Splatoon 2 and 3 sold like 11 to 12 million copies each. So the franchise, while not, the 20+ million of Mario or Zelda or Smash, it's still done really well. It's done a lot better than some other Nintendo franchises like Xenoblade or Fire Emblem or Metroid. So it's definitely in that upper echelon of franchises. So it totally deserves some kind of patch or upgrade. I just don't know if they're going to bother to do it. The most obvious upgrade being 120 Hz support. If there is any first-party Nintendo game where 120 FPS support makes sense, it's obviously Splatoon, being their big shooter. Now, I would hope that they would add it to both 2 and 3, considering that they're doing the Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom Switch 2 editions, and they're doing the Link's Awakening and Echoes of Wisdom updates. That makes me think that if there are 2 installments on a system, they're going to do both, but we'll see. So I would hope that, I mean, Splatoon 3 would probably get more features than 2, obviously, but I think 2 would get at least a basic, you know, now it's 1440p or now it's 120 type upgrade, but then maybe Splatoon 3 would get, like, new content or, like more content or something like that. I don't know. We'll see. But as of right now, Splatoon 3 or 2 does not have a free update nor Switch 2 edition announced. Maybe we'll get it announced at some point. There are certainly some Switch 2 editions that I think are going to happen eventually. Like, I am 100% convinced we're getting a Wonder Switch 2 edition. Why do I say that? Well, because Wonder is not on the list of free upgrades, even though U Deluxe is. So why isn't it getting a free update? Because it's going to get a Switch 2 edition with new content that they will probably announce in either the June or September Directs, depending on if they want to hold it for the anniversary or not. Speaking of Directs, there has been rumors recently of a new Nintendo Direct on the way, which by itself is not really surprising, because it's almost June. But what is surprising is that a lot of them are talking about it coming sooner than you'd think, because for the longest time, June Directs, or as they used to be called, E3 Directs, back when E3 was a thing, rest in peace, those Directs normally happened in that E3 week, which was basically the teens, the early teens, like, you know, June 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th. That tended to be when they did those E3 Directs. But ever since E3 went away, and now we just have regular June Directs, now they're not beholden to that E3 timetable anymore, even though Summer Games Fest has kind of taken its place. And we'll get to that in a second, because there is some Nintendo-related stuff with Summer Games Fest I want to talk about real quick, although it's not much. But essentially, the last couple of June Directs have been in late June. Like, in 2023 and 2024, they were, like, in June, you know, June 26th, 27th, you know, the end of June, as opposed to, like, the, you know, those early teens. So they tend to be later than they have been, but we have gotten them in June. But these rumors are suggesting that they're going to be a lot closer to the beginning of June than later. And the idea behind that, seemingly, is they want it to line in with, of course, the Switch 2 launch. Like, either before the Switch 2 launch or right after it. Now, I'm not sure if they would do it before, because I think they want to keep the focus on Mario Kart for the initial launch, and then they'll talk about new stuff and get more into detail on other games after. Because obviously they're going to show more of DK, we're going to finally see footage of Air Riders and get a release date for it. Prime 4, of course, still doesn't have a release date. Legends ZA got a release date yesterday, October 16th, which is kind of interesting, because I thought it was going to be in November, because that's what they normally do. Although, funny enough, this will be the first ever game in the series to launch in October since, coincidentally, X and Y, the game that ZA is based on. So that's kind of a neat little coincidence. That's probably all it is, a coincidence. But it does make me wonder where that leaves the rest of the first-party lineup. Because my expectation was that Air Riders was going to be September, and then Prime 4 would be October, and then ZA would be November, and then Hyrule Warriors would be December. That is what I thought it was going to be, but now I'm not sure about that. I mean, yes, there's nothing stopping them from putting out 2 games in 1 month. Especially games that don't really share the same target audience. But, I don't know, it just feels a little weird to me. So now I'm wondering if maybe Prime 4 is September, and maybe Kirby is either November, or maybe it's December, and Hyrule Warriors is early 2026, because they did call it winter, and winter is not just December, so it could technically be January or February if they really wanted to. And putting Kirby in December wouldn't be the weirdest thing ever, because, I mean, Ultimate came out in December, so it's not like Sakurai hasn't launched the game in that time frame before. Not that he's the one that decides the release dates, granted. I'm sure he doesn't. I'm sure that that's Nintendo's decision. But you get what I'm saying. So it wouldn't be that weird if it came out then, but I don't know. Or maybe it'll come out earlier. Maybe it'll come out in August. Now, granted, they also have the Kirby game coming out. Not the Kirby game. They have the Forgotten Land Switch 2 edition with the new Star-Crossed World content. That's coming out in August, so they probably wouldn't do two Kirby games at the same time, in the same month. So that's why I'm thinking September, you know? But again, who knows? Because as of right now, here's what we do know. Mario Kart, of course, is at launch in June. Then we're going to have Donkey Kong in July. Then we're going to have Drag X Drive, which does not have a release date. That's probably going to be in August. Then we're going to have the Switch 2 editions of a couple of games, but I'm not really going to count that. I'm just going to talk about new games. Then we have Kirby Air Riders, which does not have a release date. Then we have Hyrule Warriors, which has winter as a release date, but not a specific month or date yet. And then we have Legends ZA, which is now October 16th, or 15th, whatever. I think it's 16th. You get the point, it's October, so we'll see. Obviously, we're going to find out pretty much all of that relatively soon, you know, again, within sometime in the next month. I'm not sure if I buy into the idea that it's going to be in early June, because that just doesn't... I mean, I know this is a special occasion because we have a system launching in early June, but I don't know. I mean, look, obviously I would love to get a new Direct as soon as possible, but I don't know. I think it's still going to be in the second half of June like they've been doing the last couple of times. I don't think that's going to change. Although there is one potential loophole that might throw this all off, although I don't think it actually means anything, and that is Summer Games Fest. Now, Summer Games Fest, for those of you that somehow do not know what that is, it's basically the de facto replacement for E3 run by Jeff Keighley, who of course also runs the Game Awards. And Summer Games Fest has never had a Nintendo announcement in it. They've had Microsoft, they've had Sony, they've had, of course, a ton of third parties, but they've never had Nintendo. Nintendo has never made an appearance in any substantial capacity in any of those events. Which isn't the most surprising thing ever, considering that, one, they have their June Directs, and two, they don't really show up for the Game Awards that much these days either. I mean, sometimes they show up for the Game Awards, and sometimes they don't. And then sometimes they, like, half show up, where they technically are there, but they may as well not be. Like, famously in 2019, we got the now infamous Nintendo Switch Has Games ad, you know? Which was disappointing for people because the year before that, we had Joker, and the year before that, we had Bayonetta 3. And then the year afterwards, in 2020, we had Sephiroth. But then in 2021, I think in 2021, it was basically Nintendo Switch Has Games again. And then in 2022, they technically showed off, I believe they showed off Fire Emblem DLC for Engage, and then they had that Bayonetta spin-off. That was there. Although neither of those things were, like, you know, Smash-level announcements, obviously. But they did technically have something in 2022. And then 2023, I don't think they had anything. Although at that point, no one was really expecting them to have anything, because by that point, we were all very much in, oh, there's nothing really left for the Switch 1. You know, once Tears of the Kingdom came out, everyone was pretty much in, okay, when's the Switch 2? Because this is the last big game for the system. And it technically kind of was, but not really, because we got Wonder, and we got a bunch of remakes, and of course we're getting Prime 4, and ZA, and Gen 10 is probably going to have a Switch 1 version, even though it really shouldn't. It really should just be on the Switch 2, but what are you going to do? So yeah, I don't know. Basically, my point is, oh yeah, and they weren't there for 2024. Again, they may have had a Nintendo Switch Has Games type thing, but I don't think they had anything in 2024 or 2023 outside of that. So, but Nintendo has not done anything, even a Nintendo Switch Has Games type deal, for Summer Games Fest yet, as far as I can remember at least. So, What makes this any different? Well, obviously, the release of the highly anticipated new console is one of them. But the biggest reason why it's interesting is because the Summer Games Fest put up that big collage of here's all the developers and publishers that we are going to have at our event. And most of the big ones are on there, including PlayStation and Xbox. But curiously, the Switch 2 logo was on there. Not Nintendo, just the Switch 2 logo. And I think that all that means is Switch 2 versions of games will be there. Like, we could get the announcement of, you know, Master Chief Collection for Switch 2, finally, or whatever. We could get that there. But we're not going to get anything from Nintendo. I think that's all that means. So do not go into that event expecting anything from Nintendo themselves. I think that Switch 2 logo is just for third-party games coming to Switch 2. I think that's all that means. For actual Nintendo announcements, we're going to have to wait for the June Direct whenever that happens. Maybe it happens in early June, maybe it happens in late June, but either way, we're probably going to get one because that's been the trend for the longest time, for the most part. We've had 1 or 2 years without a June presentation, but for the most part, whether there's been E3 or no E3, we've had a June presentation. It's been pretty consistent, right? February Direct, June Direct, September Direct. That's been pretty consistent for a long time, especially the September Direct. Like, last year was the first year since 2015 where we didn't have one. 2016 up until 2023, we had one every year of some kind. Mostly main directs, sometimes a special direct, sometimes it was the first one, which was that 3DS only direct. But there's always been a direct of some kind in September, up until last year when they skipped it, obviously because they were waiting on the Switch 2. So we'll get a September Direct this year, and we'll get a June Direct this year, almost certainly. We've been going now for about an hour so far. Looks like the online is more or less working. We had a few issues at the beginning, but it seems to be mostly working. So that's good. Again, we're just playing the same 2 maps here because I don't have the other modes unlocked yet. Alrighty then. What's next? We're only an hour in, and for some reason I'm out of stuff to talk about. No. We'll find something to talk about. There's always something. Let me just go ahead and look, because I can't think of something else what I talk about right now. So, this is not really anything that's really that big or anything, but we did. So, one thing we've known about for a while is that the Nintendo Switch Online app, the much maligned app that no one really uses, but they keep around. So, it has now been updated to being just the Switch app. It's not the NSO app anymore. It's now just the Nintendo Switch app. And yes, that means that you do not need Switch Online to use it, except you don't need it necessarily. Okay, so here's the thing. So the reason why they're renaming it is because the Zelda Notes feature for the Switch 2 versions of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom uses the app. But the Zelda Notes feature does not use NSO and does not require NSO. So if you don't have NSO, you can use Zelda Notes just fine. But if you want to use anything else in the app, that still requires NSO, I believe. So if you want to use Splatnet or the Smash World service or the Animal Crossing stuff or voice chat through the app, which no one uses, but still, if you're one of the 2 people that want to do that, I believe you still need online for that. I don't know if you need online to look at like the friends list and stuff. I think that'd be kind of weird if you needed the online for that, but I'm not entirely sure because I've had online the entire time, obviously, so I can't really say that for certain. But yes, they renamed that. They also added a couple of new features that are going to be for the Switch 2 when it launches, like the ability to send screenshots and videos from your Switch 2 to the app so you can save it on your phone and stuff, so that's neat. Along with a couple other things. And the Nintendo Today app also got an update as well. Although, as far as I can tell, it didn't really change anything big. Now, how many people out there actually use that app? Because believe it or not, I actually do use the app. I look at that app at least once every day. Most of the time, there's nothing big on there, but I do always check just in case, because sometimes they put stuff on there that's big. Like they had the Zelda movie release date on there, for example. So I do check every once in a while, and I know it's a bit of a meme for how a lot of it is just like random artwork from games and just like 3D models of stuff, but sometimes I like looking at that. I'm not gonna lie, sometimes I do, but I do wish the app was more useful, you know, because I thought the idea behind the app was that this was supposed to be the destination for Nintendo news, and it hasn't really panned out that way. Sometimes they put news on that app, and sometimes they don't, so I don't know, but I don't know. We'll see how long it sticks around. It may not stick around very long. Which would be awkward because it was in a Direct. Which is also weird, by the way, that it was in a Direct. Because, like, Nintendo never really talks about mobile stuff in their Directs. Which is a good thing. But they basically never do that. The only time they talk about mobile stuff in one of their Directs is whenever it ties in to something on a console. So, for example, in 2022, during the September Direct, when they brought in Miyamoto to talk about Pikmin Bloom, they only did that because they were going to reveal Pikmin 4 right after. But other than that, they like never, they don't talk about Mario Kart Tour, they don't talk about Fire Emblem Heroes, they don't talk about Dragalia Lost when that game was a thing. Rip Dragalia Lost, I know it shut down a few years ago. You know, all those other games, they don't talk about their like mobile games at all. Unlike the Pokemon Company, who will proudly talk about their Pokemon games for like 80% of their presentations. Or like, you know, 80% of Pokemon Presents are just mobile game updates, and then you finally get to the thing that everyone is actually there for. That's definitely one of the things that makes Nintendo and the Pokemon Company very different. Nintendo does not promote their mobile stuff nearly as much as the Pokemon Company. Now, to be compared to the Pokemon Company at least a little bit, I mean, what else are they going to do in that event, right? I mean, they're not going to spend 10 minutes talking about one game, so I guess they have to put something else in there, but I don't know, like, it still kind of feels a bit redundant to have every single Pokemon Presents always have like 15 mobile game announcements in it for like Masters and Cafe Remix and Unite and Go, and it's just like, could we have like one Pokemon Presents that's like mostly focused on console stuff? But I think one of the reasons why that hasn't been the case for a lot of it is because there's not that many spin-offs these days on consoles, right? I mean, the Switch got like a couple. It got Pokken DX, which is a port of a Wii U game, so that doesn't really count. Then we got new Pokemon Snap. Okay, that was kind of a big deal. So, okay, that's one. And then we got Detective Pikachu Returns, a game that was announced in 2019 and came out in 2023, and people didn't really care for. And then we had that Mystery Dungeon remake of like the first two games that everyone has already forgotten even came out. And that's it. No Pokemon Ranger, no Pokemon Rumble, no new franchise. We really have... They basically have not really bothered with spin-offs on consoles. Which is a bit unfortunate. Not that I really care about most of them, to be fair, but, like, I don't know, it'd be nice to just have more stuff on console instead of it being so mobile focused. I mean, even the couple of times we get spin-offs on console, they're just mobile ports. Like, we have Cafe Remix and Unite and Pokemon Champions, which is coming out in the future. Those games may have Switch versions, but they are not console games. Those are mobile games that have console versions, essentially. Right? It's like back in the day when they had like Angry Birds on like the 3DS and Wii and Xbox 360. That doesn't make those games console games. They're just mobile games but on a console, you know? And Pokemon Champions, while I don't think it's actually confirmed to be free to play, I am fully expecting that game to be free to play just because it's on mobile. Being a mobile game almost guarantee, unless you're in Apple Arcade, you're basically free to play. So all the free to play goodness that comes with that will also be there, and we'll see how that goes down. But I don't know. Not that I mean, I'll probably give it a try. I'll probably give it a try when it comes out. Although I think it's going to require Pokemon Home for a large amount of that functionality, so we'll see how that goes. But yeah, but that game is coming to Switch, but it's also coming to mobile, which to me means, oh, so this is a mobile game that will be free to play and have all the free to play stuff that comes with that. But it will also have a Switch version. So it's not in any way even remotely close to mainline for that reason. Even though it's probably closer to mainline than any other spin-off we've gotten. Aside from like, because it's basically the modern equivalent of like a Pokemon Stadium or Battle Revolution, essentially. And there are people that are excited for it, particularly people that are into like the competitive side of Pokemon, which I am not. So to me, it doesn't really mean much, but yeah, we'll see. But yeah, I don't know. If we got if we got a new Pokken or something, I think we're kind of overdue for a new Pokken. I have played a bit of Pokken. It's not really my thing, but I know it has a fan base, and I think it would be cool if we got a new Pokken for Switch 2. I know that Harada, who is the producer behind the Tekken series, who of course also worked on Pokken, hence the name. That's the whole idea behind Pokken, is that Pokken is basically Pokemon, but Tekken, right? That's the whole idea. I know he mentioned a few years ago that he would like to do a new one, but it's up to the Pokemon company to decide, obviously. And unless there's been something behind the scenes that we don't know about, it hasn't happened yet. But obviously, if there's a time to do a new Pokken, it would be with a new console. So I don't know. We'll see. But yeah. Speaking of Pokemon, though, we did get an announcement for Pokemon Presents strangely early. Like, Nintendo announcing the April 2nd Switch 2 Direct 3 months in advance made sense, because it was the Switch 2 Direct. But, like, what is the point in the Pokemon Company announcing a July, 22nd event, 2 months early? Like, what's the point in that? I mean, I'm not gonna say no to that announcement, but it's just like, why? I mean, all that really tells us is that we're not going to get Pokemon stuff in the June Direct, but that's not really saying much, because for the most part, there are exceptions, but for the most part, Pokemon never shows up in regular Directs anymore. It used to in, the Wii U 3DS era, but starting with the Switch era, now it's completely independent. Pokemon Presents, that's why it's not even called Pokemon Direct anymore, it's Pokemon Presents, because it's its own completely isolated thing, run by the Pokemon Company, and has nothing to do with Nintendo at this point, pretty much. And they pretty much just do whatever they want on their own schedule. They're not restricted to, the usual, February, June, September pattern that Nintendo does for their presentations. I mean, granted, the Pokemon Company does have one locked-in date for Pokemon Presents, and that, of course, is on Pokemon Day in February. They always do one on that day, pretty much, at this point, but aside from that, it's kind of like, sometimes we get one, sometimes we don't. Sometimes we get one in June, sometimes we get one in July, sometimes we get one in August, and sometimes we just only get one per year. Like, last year, we only got one Pokemon Presents. We didn't get one any later than that. But, yeah, so we know Pokemon Presents is coming in a month or so. For what that's worth. I mean, all I'm really expecting out of that event is just, you know... All I'm really expecting is just we're gonna get, you know, more ZA footage, and that's about it. Like, my expectations for Pokemon Presents are pretty banal. Again, the pattern is pretty much 80% mobile games, and then, like, 10 to 20% of, like, the game you're actually there for, then that's pretty much it. Now, last time around, we did get Pokemon Champions, and that was a bigger deal than most of their spin-off announcements, so they had that, and they will probably talk about that. So we'll get to see more of Champions and ZA, so that will definitely help the next Pokemon Present. So I'm hoping we get, like, a new spin-off announcement for Switch 2. Again, whether that's a new Pokken or some new IP or something, you know, maybe do a new Pokemon Conquest or something, I don't know. I never played that game. I know there's people out there that would really like a new one of those. So I don't know. But we'll see. But one thing I am certain of is that the Pokemon Company is probably going to keep supporting the Switch for at least a few more years, because while Nintendo traditionally ditches a console the second the new one comes out, the Pokemon Company always likes to hold back. They still release games on the prior consoles for a few more years before they ditch them completely. And since Nintendo themselves this time around isn't ditching the Switch right out of the gate, probably because of how successful it is compared to the Wii U, where they just ditched it immediately. Like I said, Gen 10 is almost certainly going to be on Switch 1. Now, I think that's going to be the last game on Switch 1. To be clear, I think that Gen 10 will be the last mainline game on Switch 1. Now, maybe we'll get another spin-off, but I think in terms of mainline games, Gen 10 will probably be the last one. And that game will come out, in late 2026. That'll be the last game on the original Switch. And then like the next Legends game after ZA will be Switch 2 exclusive, and then Gen 11 will be Switch 2 exclusive, and the Black and White remakes, if we ever get them, will be Switch 2 exclusive, probably. Although, man, the Black and White remakes, I mean, that's a whole can of worms right there. I mean, I want Black and White remakes, but I do not want a Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl situation. I want proper 3D remakes in the style of, like, Sword and Shield, for example. Not Scarlet and Violet, although, to be fair, they've already ditched that with ZA. ZA is kind of like a fusion between traditional Pokemon and Scarlet and Violet in terms of the art style. Like, they fixed the eyes, for one. That was my biggest issue with Scarlet and Violet's art style, was, like, the eyes just did not look right, especially on the main characters. They fixed that in ZA. And the character designs in general are much better than Scarlet and Violet, even if it still doesn't have that cel-shaded anime look that Sword and Shield had, but that's a whole other conversation right there. But, I don't know, we can save that for maybe a video down the line, but yeah, if we're gonna get a Black and White remake, I want a full, proper 3D remake in the style of, like, Sword and Shield, basically, in terms of, like, the art style. That's what I would probably want, but not Scarlet and Violet, not even ZA, and definitely not Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. I want, cel-shaded anime look where all the characters look like they're supposed to, for lack of a better term. Give me that, and it's actually a proper 3D game, and that pretty much is really all I want out of it. But again, that's a whole other can of worms for maybe a discussion video down the line, maybe probably with Ethan, because he's more into Pokemon than I am these days. Even though he's wavering on the franchise as well, but still. Okay. So one thing I've been debating with myself is when I get the Switch 2, am I going to disconnect my Switch from my current setup and, like, just put it away? Like, I'm not going to get rid of it. I thought about getting rid of it at one point, but at this point, no, I'm going to keep it. One, because, I mean, I've had it for its entire life cycle, and two, because it's moddable, and the Switch 2 is not going to be moddable out of the box. Now, it will be eventually, because the fact of the matter is, no matter how much stuff Nintendo does, you can never defeat the modders and hackers and homebrewers. It's just inevitable. Which is why every time they kept putting out an update for the 3DS to, like, kick off Homebrew, it's like, what's even the point? They're gonna have it back up and running in, like, a week. You're just delaying the inevitable. Like, I don't know why they bother. Like, they were putting out updates for the 3DS as late as, like, 2023. And it's like, why? Why are you bothering with this? Why are you updating a dead console just to stop Homebrew for, like, a couple of days until they update it so that it works? Like, I don't understand why they bother. But point is, you know, well, obviously, we're gonna get Atmosphere, you know, and all that stuff on Switch 2 at some point. You know, we're gonna have to wait a while until an exploit is found, and even then, it has to be an easy exploit. You know, not soldering on a mod chip like you have to do with the OLED, but like, you know, a RCM style method, or at least something that Joe Schmo can do, right? Because I'm not going to buy a mod. I'm not gonna buy or solder a mod chip, you know, just to have Homebrew on my Switch 2. I'm not gonna do that, you know. But if there's an easy method to do it at some point, then obviously I will. But point is, that's the main reason for me to still have the Switch 1 hooked up after the Switch 2, is basically for Homebrew support, so I can, you know, dump game updates, dump games, and also use, like, mods in Smash Ultimate. That's pretty much all I really use it for. It's just dumping games and Smash Ultimate mods for the most part. That's all I really use it. The modding stuff for. But obviously, once that carries over eventually to Switch 2 at some point, then the Switch 1 really will have no purpose. Again, I'm not going to get rid of it, but it's not going to have any real reason to be hooked up. Like, maybe I'll just put it in the box. Like, I'll just put it in, like, its original box, just, like, for the time being until I have a reason to take it out again. I don't know, we'll see. Especially if, like, I need those HDMI ports that I have for something else that's more important. But for the time being, my plan is to keep the Switch 1 hooked up alongside the Switch 2, at least until Homebrew on Switch 2 is actually a thing, and all my stuff carries over, and also it's easy to do. But again, we'll see how long that takes. But that's obviously, again, a whole other can of worms right there. Because right now I do have room for both consoles. Because right now I have the PS5, the Series X, the Wii U, and the Switch 1. Those are kind of all lined up in descending order of height. And then I have a spot reserved for where the Switch 2 is going to go. It'll be right next to the Switch 1, of course. And I have an Ethernet set up for it. I got an HDMI set up for it. I got all my stuff that I can just slide it in there. But I do like having extra room for, like, the mic and stuff. So I don't know. Again, like what reason am I gonna really have to use the Switch 1 after the Switch 2 for the most part? I don't know. Again, though, that modding support's the big one. It's the big one right there. So fun fact, right now on the Switch, if you look at people's online status, it will say that they're online, and then it'll have in parentheses Nintendo Switch. And it didn't used to say that. It didn't used to say that. I think it only said that as of, like, the big, like, you know, update from the end of April that added in, like, the game share and update icons and stuff. That update, I believe, is what added that. And so obviously the idea is that obviously if you're on the Switch 2, it will say you're on the Switch 2, but if you're on the Switch, you're on the Switch. You know? So that's kind of a neat little identifier, you know? And I assume it will say that no matter what game you're playing. So if you're playing a Switch 1 game on the Switch 2, it'll still say that you're on the Switch 2. That's kind of neat, I suppose. Doesn't really matter, sure, but it's an easy way to tell which people have a Switch 2 and which ones don't. I am kind of curious to see how many people on my friends list are gonna have one day. Because I do have a lot of people on my friends list from back when I used to use Twitter. And whenever a big game comes out or there's like a big event, you can see like 6 or 7 people all launch on like the same game. So I'm kind of curious to see how many people are going to be playing, you know, Mario Kart especially, like on that first day. And how many of them don't, for one reason or another. We'll see. Obviously, there's a lot of people out there that would like to have a Switch 2, but won't be able to get one. So we'll have to see. Obviously, I'll be one of them. But yeah, we'll see. Oh yeah, by the way, Nintendo did actually acknowledge Splatoon's anniversary because they put up new okay, hold on a second. You can probably hear that sound. Hold on. Does he even know if I'm streaming or not? Maybe he does, I don't know. I feel like if he was, he'd be telling me. Hold on, I'm gonna answer that in a second. I'm kind of in the middle of a game here. Okay, let me go ahead and okay, let's get that. I'm gonna go ahead and mute myself for a bit. So I'm gonna keep on playing. I'm gonna mute myself for a bit. So I'll be back out in a few minutes or whatever. We'll see how this goes. Just want to remind everyone that I'm still here. I'm still here. Just saying. Anyways, I'll be back in a bit, maybe. We'll see. Yes, I am still here. Yeah, just another refresher. Anyways. I completely forgot to change my weapon. Oh, well. Oh, wait, never mind. Alrighty, I'm back. Apologies for that long wait. I probably could have just added him to the stream, if I'm being honest, but oh well. So I'm back. Back. As you can see, we're on Flounder Heights and one other stage. I forget which one it was. We got some new stages. Well, I mean, they're not new stages, but you know what I mean. Different stages than the ones we've been playing for the last hour. So yeah, basically, me and Ethan were just talking about, like, him trying to get a Switch 2. We talked about how, they're not sending out any more invites. They haven't sent out any more invites for the My Nintendo Store thing in like a week or so. At this point, I assume it's because we're not going to get any more until after the system launches or around the time it launches. So, we're going to kind of talk about, I guess, what is he going to do? He was talking about, going to Best Buy. Going to Best Buy, standing in line and crossing his fingers, seeing what happens and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens with that. I mean, did I mention this earlier in the stream or not? I'm not sure if I did. I may have, but if I haven't, one of our local Targets. So there's 2 Targets in our area. This one is the one that's connected to the dying mall, the very dying mall that I mentioned in my Series S discussion. If anyone listened to that. And that Target, when I went there a few days ago, I asked them, like, hey, just, what's the stock situation going to be for people that don't have a pre-order? And they said they're going to have around 30 of the regular unit. And for the bundle, they're not really sure. They might have a couple, but they only know for certain that they're going to have around 30 of the regulars. And that's for, people that are just going to get in line that don't have a pre-order. So, I mean, yeah, so that whole thing. I mean, again, I don't really know. I don't know. Obviously, he's going to try. Ethan's going to try and get one, but we'll see what happens. And the whole thing, I think I've mentioned already about how, like, if he ends up getting a regular one and not a bundle, then I'll just, he'll just take my download code for $50 from Mario Kart, and I'll just get the physical version. Just take the hit, the extra $30 hit. At least I'm getting a physical copy out of it, so it's not a waste of money to me. But if I can help him out, then I'd like to help him out, but that's only going to happen under a very specific scenario where he gets a Switch 2 basically before I do, and it happens to be the one that doesn't come with Mario Kart. Then under that scenario, then yeah, I'll just give him the download code when mine arrives, and then, yeah, no. Or maybe, if he can, maybe I'll ask him to, like, pick up a physical copy of Mario Kart for me. Then obviously I'll reimburse him and everything. When I give him the download code and all that stuff, we'll figure that whole thing out. But I don't know, maybe we'll do that. We'll see. In an ideal scenario, he gets a bundle, and then that's the end of it. But if he can't get a bundle and he can only get a regular one, then again, I'll give him my download code for $50, and then or maybe he, again, if this is happening, whatever, we'll get the physical copy and we'll work all that out. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. But a week away. 1 week away, man. June 5th. June 5th. Alright. But yeah, we gotta get up to level 10. I want to get up to level 10, because once we get to level 10, then we'll unlock the, a ranked battle, and we'll get to play, Splat Zone, and Tower Control, and all that stuff, well, whatever's available, at least. I will say that's one aspect of the series that has waned on me, the whole, like, time gating modes and maps behind a certain time frame. That does bug me. It used to not bug me. Like, in Splatoon 1, it didn't really bug me. In Splatoon 2, it didn't really bug me that much. But in Splatoon 3, it bugs me a lot more for some reason. More so for the maps than with the modes. But, like, you really should just be able to, like, pick... Like, there should be a random option or something. Like, you know how, like, old Call of Duties would have, like, the 2 stages and then there would be, like, a random... Like, have us a random option or something. I don't know. I personally think that whenever I get around to making a, like, things I want in Splatoon 4 video, which is gonna happen at some point, like, that's gonna be probably the #1 thing on me, is, like, kill the gated time stuff. Period. Like, just all of it. All of it. I want it all gone. Let me play whatever stage or salmon run map I want whenever I want. You know, like, that probably bothers me more for salmon run, because with salmon run, you only get one map for, like, days at a time before it swaps out again, and that, like, really bugs me. So, now granted, that only affects public matches. In private matches, you can do whatever you want, but I don't do private matches, I just play public matches, so people like me that only play publicly, you know, or just random people, you know, you're at the behest of whatever is in the rotation. And again, that used to not bother me, but now it very much does. You know, like, let me vote for whatever I want. Like, why can't I do that? Like, do it the way it is in Mario Kart. I mean, I don't know how it works in Mario Kart World, because I don't think we've seen the online component of Mario Kart World fully, and at least enough to know this, but in Mario Kart 8, the way it works is you can vote for whatever, you can vote for basically whatever track in the game you want, and then it will go through a roulette until one of them is picked. Just do that. I would much, much, much prefer that to the current system, because then we could actually get more than 2 or 3 or 4 maps per, like, 3 hours. Because, like, what if I want to play Turf War, but I don't want to play it on the same 2 maps for 3 hours? You can't really do that right now unless you're doing a private match, so that is a big shortcoming of the series that does bug me. I think it bothers me more in Splatoon 3 than the other games, just because the Splatoon 3 maps are, like, the weakest of the series, but I don't know, I feel like it should just be there in general. Like, Splatoon 4 could have the best maps in the entire series, hands down, and I would still want that function. It's just more apparent in 3 because the map lineup isn't as strong as the other games. Alright, we've been going for about 2 hours now. I haven't seen anyone show up in the chat yet, but I have seen the view count slowly go up, so people have been stopping by, so at least as far as I know. So thank you for those that have stopped by, even if it's only for a few minutes. And yeah, we're going to keep on going here. Again, I want to get to at least ranked. I want to get to ranked. But, we're still a little bit of ways away from that. Yeah, Splat Spray Rig. Splat Spray... oh my god, I'm butchering myself. Splat Spray... oh my god. oh my... did I say Splat Spray? Oh my god, I'm so out of it. I haven't played this game in like a year, okay? Give me some credit. Give me some slack. Salt Spray Rig. I don't know why I was saying Splat Spray. Oh, whatever. Salt Spray Rig is a classic map. It's one of the original 5, alongside Urchin Underpass, Walleye Warehouse, Blackbelly Skate Park, and I think Arowana Mall is the other launch map. That might... was that a launch map, or was that like a shortly after launch map? I think that's a launch map. Yes, that is a launch map. So yeah, those 5 ones. So Walleye Warehouse and Arowana Mall and Blackbelly Skate Park are all in Splatoon 2. Salt Spray Rig is not in any of them, and Urchin Underpass is still not in any of the other games, which is kind of mind-blowing when it's like the flagship. It's the one that started it all. Like, Urchin Underpass is the original stage from the E3 2014 reveal. It's the first one in the game. Like, it's the OG. It's the one. And it's in Mario Kart, for crying out loud. It's in Mario Kart, but not in Splatoon 2 or 3. It's crazy. Maybe Splatoon 4, finally? We get it? And hopefully they don't really change it. Because in Splatoon 3, because in Splatoon 2, they didn't change them at all. They didn't change them, like, basically at all. But in Splatoon 3, they actually changed some of the Splatoon 1 maps, the ones that were in that game. And and not necessarily for the better. um, I mean, Bluefin Depot, which I think is the most recent one they had, that was from Splatoon 1. That one is somewhat changed, but it's faithful enough that I don't have an issue with it. Flounder Heights, I should say, is also slightly changed, but it's mostly the same. Hammerhead Bridge, I mentioned this at the very beginning of the stream. It's basically a completely different stage now. I like it. I like Hammerhead Bridge in Splatoon 3, but it's basically a different stage. Museum d'Alfonso is exactly the same, pretty much. I think there's technically some small differences, but it's like 99% the same stage. And then the most famous one. My Resort. This is the big one. Right? My Resort is my favorite map in the entire series. So, of course, when it came back in 3, I was pretty excited. And then we saw what the layout is like. And the layout is completely different. Now, they improved it over time. And I think it's still I still think it's a good stage. I still like My Resort in 3, but it's definitely a downgrade. They took like a S tier map and made it like a B tier map, if that makes any sense. Some people would probably put it even lower than that, but I'm gonna be generous and say like a B. I still like it, but I do wish they didn't change it as much as they did. So if they did Urchin Underpass, would they like radically change it, or would they leave it alone? I would hope they'd leave it alone, considering that it's the OG stage. I mean, it's already been changed once before. Because in Splatoon 1, they did have those, like, revamps every once in a while where, like, the stages would be updated. And Urchin Underpass did get that once upon a time, so it's already been changed a little bit. But I just don't want them to radically change it, is my point. But yeah, so one thing I was actually talking to Ethan about was basically how, like, we basically have one game for the rest of the year for the Switch 2. So in the Switch, in 2017, for the Switch's first year, we had basically one game every month, as far as I can remember. And this year is kind of the same thing, although obviously not quite to the same scale. Because it doesn't have a 3D Mario or 3D Zelda, but we have Mario Kart in June, of course, as the launch title. Then we have DK in July. Then we'll have Drag X Drive will probably be in August. I mean, it could be in July, but I'm guessing it's August. And then we'll have Kirby, I'm going to say is September. And then Pokemon we know is October. That was recently revealed, as I mentioned earlier. And then Metroid will be November. Then Hyrule Warriors will be December. So they'll have one game, one first-party game every month for the rest of the year. Now, obviously, it's not as strong of a lineup as it would have been with 2017. Because, again, they launched with Breath of the Wild, right? I mean, Mario Kart is a big game. But Breath of the Wild was, like, a big freaking deal when it launched, right? It was the big reinvention of the series and everything. So that was obviously that was a stronger... Like, Mario Kart World is a good title, for sure, for a launch, but it can't beat Breath of the Wild. It just can't, you know? Can't really beat the Breath of the Wild as the launch title. It's a really hard thing to beat. And then, what was I gonna say? I forget what I was going to say with all that. But basically, will there be another game? Will there be another game? Because people have speculated, you know, is there one more game for 2025 that we don't know about? It's possible, but again, I kind of feel like they already have, at least, okay, now, they can announce more ports. Maybe we'll get Woolly World on Switch or something. Maybe we'll get some smaller game. But I think in terms of, like, big heavy hitters, I think we pretty much know the lineup at this point. Which is a fine enough lineup, I'd say, overall. Again, it's not 2017, but, like, it's got enough stuff in there. Even though it does have the disadvantage, on top of not having a 3D Mario or 3D Zelda, of also two of those games not being exclusive to the Switch 2. Because, of course, Prime 4 and ZA are also going to be on the Switch 1. I mean, they're going to have their best versions on Switch 2, but I am very curious to see what the split in that's going to be, because for Breath of the Wild, right? Breath of the Wild came out on the Wii U, as it was originally intended, but it also came out alongside the Switch version, of course. And as you can imagine, with the Wii U being a flop and the Switch being the exact opposite, the Switch version sold astronomically more. Like, the Switch version sold, like, 35 million copies, and the Wii U version sold, like, 1.7. So, people bought it, but most people just bought the Switch version. Even people that had Wii U's just bought the Switch version. Like, it was universal. Everyone just bought the Switch version. Now, I am one of the 1.7 million people that did buy the Wii U version at launch, because I couldn't get a Switch at launch, so I just played the Wii U version for a month until I was able to get a Switch from GameStop, and then I moved over to the Switch version. But, yeah. But with Pokemon and Metroid, though, like, what's the split going to be? Now, I think for Pokemon, it's going to be... I think that one's going to be a lot more... And that's going to definitely be like a 60-70 Switch, 20-30 Switch 2. Right? Like, that game is obviously a really big deal. It's Pokemon. You know, say what you will about the state of Pokemon, but it's Pokemon. It's going to sell like 20 million copies in the blink of an eye. Even though it's a Legends game and not like a Gen game, but still. It's going to sell really well, and it's going to sell a lot of those, mainly on the original Switch. The Switch 2 version's going to sell, but it's probably going to sell, like, 5 million. And, like I'm expecting, like, 15 million Switch, 5 million Switch 2. It's kind of what my, like, random ballpark guess is. Metroid, I think, Metroid being a more, like, hardcore game, you know, I think has a higher chance of actually being more on Switch 2 than on Switch. Obviously, Metroids have never been big sellers. I mean, Dread did well. It sold like 3 million copies, which for a 2D Metroid game is pretty solid. This game will obviously sell more than that, being the big 3D return, but I don't know. Again, it'll probably still sell more on Switch 1 just by virtue of, again, the Switch 1 having a way bigger install base, but because there's probably going to be... there are more people out there that are going to buy a Switch 2 for Prime 4 than buy a Switch 2 for better ZA. Even though, ironically, the leap from Switch 1 to Switch 2 is bigger on ZA than it is for Prime 4. I mean, Prime 4 looks great on Switch 2. It looks great. Really does. And it's got that 120 FPS mode as well. But you're just going from 900p 60 to, like, 4K 60. That's a big jump, but it's not like going from, you know, 720p 30 or whatever the heck the game is going to run at on Switch 1 to, like, 1080p 60. Like going from 30 to 60 alone is a big upgrade for ZA. Never mind the resolution boost. And it is a lot sharper on the Switch 2 version. We don't know what the resolution is yet. We don't even know what the resolution for the Switch 1 version is. I remember that Let's Go and Sword and Shield were 1080p. I think Scarlet and Violet were lower than that. Maybe 810p, 900p, I'm not really sure. My guess is that it'll be a similar thing for ZA, and then, of course, 30 FPS. But the Switch 2 version is going to be at least 1080p 60. So there's a bigger upgrade for ZA compared to Prime 4. Prime 4 obviously gets the 120Hz mode, and again, it's a more kind of like core fan-based type of game as opposed to the casual reach of Pokemon, so I don't know. We'll see. But I'm very curious to see that split. You know, it's not going to be like it was for Breath of the Wild where, like, no one bought the Wii U version, because that was the Wii U. That was a bit of a different situation. You know, with Breath of the Wild, they were going from their least successful console ever to their most successful console ever. Whereas this time around, we're going from their most successful console ever to, well, we'll see how the Switch 2 does in the end. I think the Switch 2 is going to sell just fine when it's all said and done, like 6, 7, 8 years from now. It's going to have sold at least 70, 80 million, which is not the 150 million of the Switch 1, sure, but it's still a pretty good number and is still higher than most of their other consoles. It'd be their third best-selling console behind both the Switch and the Wii, but still more than the NES and SNES and N64 and GameCube. So, the console is going to sell just fine when it's all said and done. I have no doubts about that. But it will definitely sell much less than the Switch One. They are not going to hit anywhere near that 150 mark. They'll be lucky if they hit 100, frankly. 100 would still be great. That'd still be a really big success, but it would be a lot less than the 150 million, obviously, right? I mean, the PS5 is 4 years in, and it's about 70, 75 million. That's pretty good, right? 4 years in. And by the time the console generation is done, they'll probably be at around 100. That's around what the PS4 managed to do in the previous generation, so... I'm expecting, again, 70, 80... maybe 100 best case scenario, but yeah, but again, we'll have to wait and see how that pans out in the long run, obviously. So, one thing I have not mentioned in the stream so far is that there are Switch 2s out there. There are people out there that have gotten their hands on public Switch 2s, the box and everything. There have been unboxings out there. Now, there has been some, I guess, it's not like a running theme at this point with the Switch 2, but there has been some misinformation regarding the Switch 2 out of the box. Now, when I first saw that people had them, I heard that the system, basically, you couldn't really do anything with it. But that's not actually entirely true. So the OS that's on the Switch 2 launch units is version 19.0. Whereas the version that you update to would be 20.1.0, which is the current version on the regular Switch, because the Switch and the Switch 2 use pretty much the same OS. It's not exactly the same, but it's very, very similar. So they use the same versioning scheme. So it's on 19.0, which for the Switch 1 at least came out in like October of 2024. So chances are these are all units that have been kind of, laying around warehouses for months, which is why they have that old firmware. But that firmware is lacking a couple of key functionalities, like there's no HDR calibration in handheld mode, there's no VRR toggle, and Switch 1 games, most importantly, do not work on that old firmware. If you try to do it, it'll tell you to update the firmware. So, but, and here's the thing that I did not know at the time. Switch 2 games do work. So, there have been people out there that have gotten their hands on physical versions of Mario Kart World, and those ones do work on the 19.0 firmware. So Switch 2 games work on the out-of-the-box firmware, just not Switch 1 games. But ultimately, this all doesn't really matter because, of course, everyone that's buying this thing day one is going to immediately update it to the latest firmware anyway. And for everyone that's buying this console in the future, don't worry, they're gonna put newer firmwares on the consoles out of the box down the line, because that's how they did it with the original Switch. Like, if you buy a Switch now, it's not gonna be version, 1.0 from 2017. It's gonna be version, 18, 19, 20, whenever the console was manufactured, it will be on the, at the time, newest version, and of course you're gonna update it anyway. But for people, because there has been, like, talk of, like, oh, the Switch 2 is a brick. That's not actually necessarily true. Although all the functionality is definitely not there out of the box, but it doesn't really mean anything for preservation's sake, if that's what you're really getting at. Because, one, again, everyone that buys one on day one is going to update it anyway, and two, even if they didn't, there'll be an exploit at some point that'll make it so you can update the Switch 2 without internet connection anyway, so that's I wouldn't worry about that. And again, anyone and if you're buying a Switch 2 like at Christmas in like a few months, that will have, a newer firmware on it anyway that has all the functionality included in the first place. So this is a non-issue essentially, but I just thought I'd kind of bring it up because there has been talk of like the Switch 2 being a quote brick out of the box. That's like half true, but in the long run, not actually true. Just for the heck of it, when I do get the Switch 2, I will try it out on the stock firmware just to see like what is and isn't there myself, you know. But obviously, I will be updating it pretty much not long after, obviously. Especially because I'm probably going to end up with that digital code of Mario Kart, so of course I'm going to need to update to the newest version, access to eShop, and all that stuff anyway. Also, I'm pretty sure you can't do the system transfer unless you're on the newest version anyway, so I would have to update it just to transfer all my stuff over. So yeah, it won't last very long. We'll basically just look at the settings and we'll try and put in the Switch 1 game. We'll see the error message and then we'll be like, well, we've seen that, and then we'll just go ahead and update it and then we'll transfer all our stuff over. Now, my plan right now is I want to do an unboxing video. I have not done an unboxing video in a long time. I think the last unboxing video I did was 2020, 2021. For my last round of MCU Blu-rays back when I was collecting them. I eventually sold them later on because I didn't really think it was worth doing anymore. But that was the last one I did. And I think if there's a time to do an unboxing video, and most importantly, in unboxings and like first impressions video, I think that this would be the time to do it, right? You know, this is a big deal, right? This is the first big console launch in 5 years and the first Nintendo console launch in 8 years. If there was a time to do a new unboxing / first impressions type video, similar to what I did with my new 3DS Japanese unboxing from like 2016, now would be the time to do it. Plus, I mean, there hasn't been a proper video on the channel in a long time, so it'd be nice to do something that's at least akin to a regular video. I mean, we'll see, obviously. Depends on how it all works out. But that's kind of the idea. Is I want to do an unboxing / first impressions type deal. Basically, make a main series video out of it. I'll still put it in the unboxing playlist because it is an unboxing, but it's going to be like an unboxing / regular kind of video. That's kind of what my intention is to do with it, but again, we'll see what happens with that. Whew. We've been going out for 2 hours and 30 minutes. Yeah, now I think about it, I have not played Splatoon 2 since Splatoon 3 came out. I'm kind of thinking about playing it again, mainly for the old maps, but I haven't really bothered doing it yet. Maybe if it gets a patch. Like, again, if we get that, like, Splatoon Switch 2 patch or upgrade or something, and if Splatoon 2 gets it, then that'll be a perfect excuse to go back and play it. I do have a 120Hz monitor, well, 144Hz monitor to be specific. I haven't really used it for my consoles for the most part. I have all my consoles are hooked up to my 4K 60 monitor, which is what I'm playing on right now. But obviously, I would like to really try Splatoon at 120 Hz. That would be pretty freaking sweet now, wouldn't it? Although what I'm worried about is that I'll get too used to it, and then I won't be able to play on the regular monitor anymore. But it'll still be cool to experience either way. I haven't used this at all, by the way. I haven't used that hopping ability the entire stream, so I've just kind of haven't really thought about it. I think I'm going to switch to the roller. Switch to a different weapon after this match. Yeah, we got wrecked on that one. Oh, well. Yeah, no, yeah, he's completely destroyed. Alrighty, let's go ahead and change weapons. Good old roller. It would be nice if we could get an Urchin Underpass for at least one round, but it's probably not going to happen unless it's in the ranked mode right now, which I don't think it is, although I don't have it unlocked, so I can't even see anyway. Well, actually, hold on, let me take that back, because I can go to, because Oatmeal Dome, who's known in like the Nintendo modding community and stuff, he has a website that tells you, actually, information on like the Splatoon rotations and stuff. Yeah, Jalonzo bot. And yeah, so he has it for Splatoon 3, Splatoon 2, and then Splatoon 1 specifically for Pretendo. So right now, so right now in ranked battle, it's Tower Control, and it is Urchin Underpass and Piranha Pit. So if I could unlock ranked battle sometime in the next hour or so, then we could get Urchin Underpass. But we're gonna have to see if I can unlock it. I mean, how long is this stream gonna really go on for me? I haven't played this game in a long time, so I kind of want to just keep going. But of course, if I eventually reach a point where I'm like, we should probably stop, then we'll stop. Oh man, look how slow the roller is. Was it always that slow? Maybe I'm just used to faster rollers. I just don't remember the stock roller being that slow, but I guess it is. Hey look, we got the classic color palette and we got the classic theme song at the same time. Now, if only it was on Urchin Underpass, then it would be perfect. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. See, you know how Splatoon 3 has, like, the remix of Splatac? I, like, never hear it in that game. Maybe I'm just not paying attention, but I feel like I never get the remix of Splatac in Splatoon 3. And it's like, come on, it's the theme song of the franchise. It should play more often. And it doesn't, at least for me. Although, to be fair, there's probably more songs in Splatoon 3 than there is in Splatoon 1 in terms of the multiplayer, so that's probably one of the reasons I don't hear it as much. I mean, Splatoon 1 at launch only had like a couple of songs, I think, but then they added more as time went on. And I can still distinguish in my head which songs were added later and which songs were there at launch. Obviously, this is one of the ones that was there at launch, being the main theme of the game and the whole series, but yeah. Oh man, I have not used that special in what feels like an eternity. I feel like I've used that special more in Smash than I have in the actual game, because they never brought it back. At least I don't think they did. I mean, I know we have, like, the Killer Whale, like, 5.1 in Splatoon 3, and that's cool, and I have used that a bunch, but the original classic Killer Whale is only in this game and in Smash Ultimate for the final Smash. And that's something I haven't thought of that much, is the idea of, like, so in the next game, in the next Smash game, right? So Inkling is obviously going to come back, right? Inkling is basically a lock for every game going forward. They're probably going to update the Inklings to have a more contemporary move set. That is, because the Inklings in Smash Ultimate are based on Splatoon 1. Like, all of their specials and weapons and skins are all based on Splatoon 1. The Moray Towers is obviously the stage. That's from Splatoon 1. The only thing from Splatoon 2 in that game is the music. They have Splatoon 2 music, but that's it. There's nothing else from Splatoon 2 in that game. Other than Mii costumes. They did add... Was it there at launch? Or was it after the fact? No, I think they had, like, the regular boy and girl Splatoon 2 Inkling Mii costumes at launch, and then they had, like, the Octo expansion ones as DLC. No, it was Callie and Marie. Callie and Marie were DLC Mii costumes, I believe. I don't know, it's been a while, and I don't use the Mii costumes that much, so I wouldn't really know. Although I do have all of them. Always have. I bought all of them in Smash 4, both versions, and I bought all of them in Ultimate, because I gotta have all of them, and they're pretty cheap. So, you know, what's 75 cents here and there? You know, that's what they should be, not like this, you know, $5, $10 nonsense that a lot of games have. And, like, free-to-play games, especially, where, like, a skin is, like, $5, $10. Like, come on, like... If Smash can do it for 75 cents, why can't you do it for at least, like, $1 or $2? I don't know, but that's a whole other thing. Although, for all I know, I'll eat my words when the next game comes out and they charge way more for them. I hope they don't do that, but we'll see when that time comes. Then again, what if the Miis aren't in the next game? That's a very good possibility. I mean, I'm not saying they won't be, but they're not in Mario Kart. Right? They're in Mario Kart Wii, Mario Kart 7, Mario Kart 8, but they're not in World, at least not right now. Maybe we'll get them down the line, but at least at launch, we're not getting Miis. As far as we know, at least. So, that's one big game that doesn't have Miis in it. Maybe Smash will follow suit. I mean, I think the Mii fighters are a cool concept. You know, all the costumes are neat, and obviously having the custom moveset is neat and all, but... If Mii fighters were removed in the next Smash game, I don't think people would be losing their minds over that. I think most people would be like, oh well. And then maybe in their place they would do just like skin DLC for the regular characters, although that's a slippery slope that I'm kind of worried about. I mean, I like the idea of getting skin DLC. Obviously a lot of games have that, but my biggest worry is the price. Because the Mii costumes were really cheap. Right? They're like 75 cents each. So it was really easy to just get all of them and not have to worry about it. But if we get, like, you know, skins for Mario and Link and whatever, you know, are they going to be 75 cents or are they going to be way more than 75 cents? That's the worry I have. So I kind of am like, maybe don't go down that road of doing skins. Like, I know a lot of people would like them, and of course we buy them, but, like, I'm, like, worried that, like, the price tag will be higher than it should be. But we're not going to have to worry about that until the next game gets announced, and even then until it comes out and we get DLC anyway, but... I don't know, we'll see. Oh, wow! Okay, look at that. We got a three-way right there. I think we're pretty much a lock on this stage. Yeah, I mean, it's the future of Smash. That's a video I want to do. I'm not entirely sure what form it will take. Maybe it'll be a discussion, maybe it'll be a short, maybe it'll be a proper video finally for the first time in years. I have a thumbnail for it. I made a thumbnail for it. It's pretty much done, as far as I'm concerned. It's not the best-looking thumbnail I've ever done, but it's the one I have. Maybe I'll change it later on, but I'm pretty much set in stone with what that thumbnail is going to more or less look like. Because obviously, we've had the debate for years of, like, Ultimate Deluxe versus new game. Similar to, you know, Smash 4 port versus new game back in, like, 2017, 2018. In my opinion, up until recently, has been don't do a Smash Ultimate Deluxe because it will be the Mario Kart prom all over again. We'll get a port and then we won't get a new game for like another decade or whatever. However, I feel a bit differently about that now than I have in the past. One, it was probably the biggest revelation, actually coming relatively recently with that Mario Kart World interview on the website, where we find out that Mario Kart World was intended to be a Switch 1 game, and therefore, as a result, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe was never supposed to be the end-all be-all for Switch. It was supposed to be a stopgap release. So they had something on the Switch while they were working on the actual next game. Now that makes me a lot more confident in the idea of a Smash Ultimate Switch 2 edition, which is what it would be now. You know, before Switch 2 editions were a thing, we would have called it Deluxe. Now it's Switch 2 edition. So, you know, Smash Ultimate Switch 2 edition plus whatever, if there's a plus, you know. That I'm a lot more up for now, because one, I think that a new game is kind of inevitable anyway, but also that Mario Kart thing has made me know that, okay, just because there's a port doesn't mean we're going to be stuck with that port for the whole generation. The only reason that was the thing with Mario Kart is because the Switch 1 couldn't handle World. That's the only reason. It was supposed to be on the Switch 1. They said so in that interview. You can read it. It's on the website. Like, World was developed for the Switch 1, and they only moved it to the Switch 2 in 2020, and as a result, they made the Booster Course Pass as essentially a stopgap, and as a, hey, sorry you're not getting an actual new game. Jimmy, hello Jamie, welcome to the stream, and hello Jay, welcome to the stream. It's very nice to see you. What sorcery is this? This, my friend, would be the power of Pretendo. Because, of course, the official servers died last year, but, of course, fans exist and modders exist, and here we are. It mostly works. It's not perfect. I have had some disconnects, but for the most part, it pretty much works. I would have done this stream yesterday, but I don't know if you saw the community post or not, but essentially, it wasn't working yesterday. It would have been nice if I could have done it yesterday, but, yeah, I don't know. What are you going to do? But it's not a big deal or anything. I mean, it's still technically the 10-year anniversary, just in the US now instead of Japan, so 1 day difference isn't that big of a deal. Yeah, so, what the heck was I talking about again? Oh, what was I talking about? Good this song to fiddle around with and goofing around with Riders Republic. Yeah, I saw you made the post about that. That's a game I've actually been kind of meaning to try out, because as far as I can remember, yeah, that game came out a few years ago, and I believe Riders Republic is basically the sequel to Steep. I mean, it's not literally a Steep sequel, of course, but it's kind of like in that same vein, and it's from the same developer. Like the same, because, I mean, obviously it's made by Ubisoft, but Ubisoft has like 15 different divisions, right? You know, Ubisoft Montpellier, Ubisoft Paris, Ubisoft, you know, this, Ubisoft Singapore, Ubisoft Japan. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that, yeah, Riders Republic is made by, like, the exact Ubisoft studio that made Steep. And I actually liked Steep. I played a decent amount of Steep because it was on PlayStation Plus in 2019. I actually played a decent amount of that. So Riders Republic is kind of like the unofficial follow-up to that. So I don't know, yeah, it's on the Game Pass. Yeah, I probably should try that out, although, as far as Game Pass is concerned, a game I definitely need to get around playing is Doom: The Dark Ages. That, of course, came out recently. And I do really like the previous two Doom reboot games. I never got around to playing the DLC for Eternal, but I did really like 2016 and Eternal, so obviously I've got to get around to playing the Dark Ages at some point. Especially since I kind of need something to play right now. In the meantime, although I think I've mentioned this in the past, but so you know how people meme about the backlog, right? Everyone talks about the backlog. Yeah, I'm very much in that camp. I have a backlog of recent-ish games that I still haven't gotten around to playing. I still have Mario Wonder, the Mario RPG Remake, Persona 3 Reload, Metaphor ReFantazio, and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth sitting on my shelf, and I still haven't played them. I still haven't played them, and I don't know why. I really don't get it. I got nothing else to do. I don't know why I don't play them. I just haven't. I mean, at least in the case of World and Mario RPG, I have the excuse of, well, I'm going to wait to play them on the Switch too. But what excuse do I have for the other games? I mean, all those other games I have on PS5, so... But what excuse do I have to not play them? I mean, I want to play all those games. I mean, I wouldn't have got them otherwise. I just haven't gotten around to playing them. I don't get it. It's so much easier to just, you know, play the same couple of games and just watch YouTube videos all day as opposed to doing one of those for some reason for me. But I will get around to playing them eventually. I will. I swear. I will. They will not sit on the shelf forever. I mean, at least in the case of Wonder... That one I have a better excuse for not playing than the others because Wonder is probably going to get a Switch 2 upgrade later this year. I'm like pretty convinced of that at this point. So I can just wait and get the upgrade for that and then play it when that comes out. But the other games I really don't have an excuse for not playing. Oh, man. I liked the game enough to buy the DLC for it, now I gotta work overtime to pay for all of it. Yeah. Hoverboards. Oh yeah, wasn't there a DLC for a... I have to check. It's been a long time. I feel like I remember hearing about that. But maybe I'm confusing that with a different DLC for Steep. Because I know some of the DLCs for Steep. I don't know about Riders Republic. I don't really know anything about that in terms of what they did for that game. My only experience with that game is when they did the beta for it, when it first, before it came out, I played that a bit. And I think I played that on the PS4 Pro, I want to say. The time, because that would have been before I got the PS5, so I think that would have been the PS4 Pro. Maybe it was the Xbox One X, one of those two. Yeah, I'll probably give Riders Republic a shot at some point, but yeah, Doom the Dark Ages though is probably that's the big one. But maybe I should get around doing Riders Republic first, because that game, because it's third party, has a ticking time bomb, right? Every third party game on Game Pass is a ticking time bomb. It will go away eventually. But obviously, Doom the Dark Ages is first party now, because, Bethesda, obviously, is now part of Microsoft, so that's not going to go away ever. So I can sit and wait on that one as long as I want, pretty much, because Game Pass obviously ain't going anywhere anytime soon, because that's pretty much Microsoft's entire business model for the last, 5 to 7 years has been Game Pass. For better or for worse. Found out about it because I bought an Xbox sticks for $9. I mean, you can't go wrong with that. Oh yeah, you did mention that you got a bunch of Walmart bin art games or whatever. Yeah, actually, so I think I mentioned this in the Series S video that you commented on. Thanks for commenting and watching that, by the way. That, the local mall that we have, of course, is on its way out the door, because, of course, it is. And a couple of days ago, I actually went there, and there was just, some, shop. It was, Last Chance something or another. And they just had a bunch of random stuff just, strewn about. No formality whatsoever. It was basically just, here's all the stuff we have, whatever, basically, right? And they only had one game there. They had one game, and it was Outriders, the PS4 version, and it was $4. I'm not even sure if that game is still active. I do remember that game coming out. It was one of those live service type deals, and I don't remember if it's still active or not. So I'm not even sure if that disc means anything anymore. I know it's not. I know it's not quite like Concord. Obviously Concord. That was the famous game from last year. That shut down 2 weeks after launch. I don't know if Outriders met the same fate as it. I don't think it did, but I don't know. That was the only game they had. They also had a couple of DVDs there that I was kind of interested in. They had a DVD of the Tom and Jerry Gene Deitch collection. It didn't have a price tag on it, so when I asked them, they're like, hey, what's this worth? And they're like, oh, it's $8. Apparently everything on that table is $8, even though the stickers say otherwise. But, and of course, I was like, well, I mean, if this was $2, I'd actually buy it. And then she was like, well, you know what? Sure. And then she let me buy the thing for $2. So $2 Tom and Jerry DVD. That's something. I mean, I didn't need to get it, obviously. I could just find all those episodes online. There's like, someone has an archive.org that has like all of the classic Tom and Jerry's from the original Hanna-Barbera all the way to the Chuck Jones shorts. But hey, $2 to get a Gene Deitch DVD and, to, I don't know, support the business or whatever. I don't know. Sure, why not? But yeah, that mall, I think it's supposed to be converted into, retail, not retail, it's supposed to be converted into like, supposed to be converted into like, home, like a condos and stuff, which is a bit unfortunate, but because I do have nostalgia from going to that mall as a kid, but can't say I'm surprised. Cannot say I am surprised at all. I mean, I know I mentioned this in that Series S discussion, that I went there to GameStop to buy a cheap copy of Forza Horizon 3 in June of last year, and they were still there. And then when I went there a few months ago, they were gone. So, yeah, that place is... Yeah, and also the last time I went there, the Macy's was literally in full-on, everything must go, liquidation, signs everywhere, the whole top floor was gone. Yeah, they were literally like 4 days from closing. That whole deal, but, yeah. Anyways. Then cross-referencing Series X versus PC, the Xbox is like a cartoony APU system. I mean, yeah, all the consoles are APUs pretty much at this point, even though I don't really think of them that way. Right? Like, when I think, consoles, I still think of them as CPU and GPU and RAM, even though really all of them for at least ever since the PS4 and Xbox One. I'm not sure about the 360 and PS3, but I know at least since the PS4 and Xbox One, when everything became AMD based, it's all just been an APU, right? The famous Jaguar cores, the infamous Jaguar cores of the PS4 and Xbox One, right? That was a part of an APU. Like a mobile APU that was intended for, like, cheap laptops or whatever at the time. Or cheap tablets. Because that's all the AMD really had at the time, because, of course, this was during the dark ages of the FX era and all that stuff before Ryzen. When all they really had going for them was APUs, essentially. And that whole story. But yeah, I think I also mentioned this in that video, how, like, for me, like, the Series X and PS5 really have been good enough. For the games I play, they've been good enough that I haven't really felt like using my PC for actual PC gaming all that much. I mean, I got 6900 XT, I got 64 gigs of RAM, I got a 16-core 5950X, all that stuff, and yet, all I really use it for is streaming, video editing, and occasionally emulators. That's really all it gets used for in terms of actual grunt. I don't really play games on that, because the consoles have been running it good enough for my liking, at least. For the most part, there are exceptions. Like, for example, a POW World on the Series X does not run very well. At least last time I tried it on the Series X, it did not run very well. At all. I mean, it was playable, but even for me, it was not great. So when I haven't played POW World in a while, but when I was playing it, I played the PC version, because that one just ran a lot better. But for most of the other games, the Series X and PS5 have been good enough. So I've just been using them for the most part for my gaming stuff, at least for third parties, obviously. Level 8. Level 8. How much longer until we get to level 10 and we can unlock ranked mode? Yeah, I don't know. I need to find out how to transfer my save data. Because with Pretendo, you have to make a brand new account, which means that your old save data doesn't transfer over, at least by default. I know there's a way you can do it. I just haven't figured it out yet, which is why I'm slowly ranking up from the bottom, instead of being at, like, level 50-something with all my weapons and everything. I'll probably buy some more weapons after this match. I probably can get a couple more at this point, because I've been using the roller for a little while. Yeah, and again, I don't remember the roller being this slow. Like the regular roller. Because, of course, there's like 5 or 6 different versions of the roller that have different stats and stuff. But the regular stock version of the roller, I swear I remember being faster. Maybe I'm just so used to using, like, the faster rollers, because in Splatoon 3, I pretty much always use, like, one of the faster rollers. It's either a faster roller, or it's one of the heavy rollers. I don't really use, like, the regular one all that much, so maybe I'm just not used to how slow it is. Or maybe it's just slower in this game than it is in the newer ones. I'm not sure. I haven't done a side-by-side or anything. I think one of the reasons I have not gotten around to playing some of those PS5 games is because I've been meaning to replace my controller. Because my controller, which is the same controller I've had since I've gotten it in September of 2021, it's just the one that came with it, that controller has had some issues here and there. Like, it's had drift every once in a while. It hasn't happened recently, but it has happened a couple of times, so that's obviously a problem. Although it doesn't happen all the time. It only happens sometimes. And again, it hasn't happened particularly recently. But it has happened enough times that it's definitely there. And also, the left stick, the rubber covering for the left stick, got loose and fell off. I still have it with the idea that I would, like, you know, glue it back on or something, but I just haven't bothered. But yeah, that controller needs to be replaced. It needs to be replaced. Although, my original idea behind that was, well, I'm not going to replace it because I'm going to get the PS5 Pro, and then that would just come with a new controller, then this won't matter. But then, of course, the PS5 Pro got revealed, and it was $700 without a disc drive, and that entire idea got completely derailed, and now it's like, well, yeah, I think I'm just going to skip the PS5 Pro, and we'll just wait on the PS6 in a couple of years and just go for that, which, of course, will have PS5 Pro support for all the games that support anyway. So, and again, the PS5 is good enough for now, so, you know, I mean, the one game that might change that, of course, is GTA 6. That's the big game that, you know, may make or break the PS5 Pro for a lot of people. I think there's a lot of people out there that want a PS5 Pro but can't justify the price. But if we get maybe a 60 FPS mode on the Pro or something, or at least something substantial, then maybe that'll be the point. Maybe that'll be it, especially because it's not going to be on PC for like a year. So, the PS5 Pro will be the best way to play that game for at least a year. So, maybe that'll be the point. We'll see, obviously. And of course, if there's other stuff coming out around that time that's more important or whatever, then, you know. But of course, if I'm going to do that, then I have to sell the current PS5, because I'm not going to blow, you know, $700, $800. Because I got to get the disc drive too, right? Because I want the disc drive because I have physical games. So that means I have to buy, that means it's like $700 plus like $100 for the disc drive, whatever it's worth these days. So that's a lot. And all for what? A better PS5? I mean, I'd like it, but for that price tag, I mean, if it was $500, $600 like we all thought it would be, then that'd be different, but yeah. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I'll definitely end up selling the PS5, my current PS5, in the process to pay for that. And then, of course, I have to wait for that to sell on eBay, and who knows how long that takes, and yeah, I don't know. Right now, my expectation is that I'm just going to skip the Pro. It's not better by enough in the games I play right now to be worth it. It'd be, because, like, if I'm going to spend that kind of money, I may as well wait a few years and get the PS6, which will also probably be like $700 or whatever. But at least I'm getting a proper new console at that point. So I don't know, but we'll see how that all pans out. Who knows what the pricing for the next gen consoles are going to be in a few years, 2027, 2028. Even though I think a lot of people are going to be kind of weirded out by that, because there's still a lot of people 4 years in that still feel like this generation hasn't, you know, quote, gotten really started. So the idea of a PS6 and another Xbox is kind of like, do we really need another one already? But I don't know. That's a whole other conversation, maybe for another time. Probably when we get closer to those consoles even being a thing, but we're still like a few years off from that. I know there's been talks of like Microsoft putting out like they're putting out the next Xbox in like 2026. I'm not really sure about that personally, but I don't know. I feel like that's a bit soon. You know, it's a bit early for them to do that. I mean, it's not the first time they've ever done it. It's certainly not the first time. I mean, famously, the Xbox 360 launched like a year before the PS3, and it got a big head start in sales because of it. So, I mean, it's possible. Although, obviously, with the kind of current state of things, I don't think people are really expecting the next Xbox to have much of an advantage launching a year earlier. But again, you know, that's a whole other conversation that's been had 1,000 times over about the state of Xbox and whatever is going on with that. But I don't know. My kind of status with that is, I think I mentioned this in the Series S video, how, like, I'm going to hold on to my Series X for the rest of the generation. I have no intention of getting rid of it. I considered getting rid of it, but I think at this point I'm just going to hold on to it. You know, it'll be my Game Pass machine, as I've said before. You know, that's pretty much its main purpose. You know, it's my Halo and Forza box, along with whatever Game Pass games interest me. And we'll keep that going for a few more years, and then when the next Xbox comes out, well, I'd say it probably depends on, are we at day-and-date release on PlayStation yet, right? Because obviously all the games are coming to PlayStation, you know, Forza's coming to PlayStation, Gears coming to PlayStation. It's only a matter of time until Halo comes to PlayStation. I mean, again, if Forza Horizon 6 and the next Halo and whatever else I might be interested in, if those all launch day-and-date on PlayStation 6, then, like, I mean, Game Pass is nice and all, but is that enough of a reason to spend another $400, $500 to have another box? I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I just hold on to the Series X for a while longer, or who knows? Who knows? I mean, again, it's kind of hard to know this far in advance, but we'll see. But we do know there's going to be at least one more generation of Xbox hardware. We know that for certain. They've already told us that a couple of times. We're going to get one more Xbox at least, but will we get another one after that? Will we get, you know, when the PlayStation 7 comes out in, like, 2038 or whatever, you know, will there be an Xbox for it, or will they just, at that point, say, we're done, we're just going to ditch hardware, you know, we're going to completely go Sega, and we'll just go third-party, and that's the end of it. And obviously people have very strong feelings on that. People have very strong feelings now about them going third-party. They haven't pulled a Sega, necessarily, right? To me, pulling a Sega is exiting the hardware market, but they haven't done that yet. So they're not Sega, they've just become third party, which is not necessarily the same thing. I mean, I guess to most people it may as well be the same thing, but to me, you know, being Sega is leaving the hardware market, but putting games on more platforms is just being multi-platform or third party. I don't know. It doesn't the distinction doesn't really matter that much, because to most people it may as well be the same thing. Because to a lot of people, you know, Microsoft putting their games on PlayStation is an admission that Xbox is a failure. Now, whether or not you agree with that is a whole other conversation, but that's what a lot of people feel, right? People feel like that's why they're doing it, because it's like Xbox has not sold well, and people aren't buying the games as much as they used to by enough to justify keeping them exclusive. Although, one kind of issue I have with that is, well, then why did you buy all the studios? Because when they announced they were going to buy Bethesda and they were going to buy Activision, I thought the entire idea behind that was that they would have more exclusives, right? Now, you know, Elder Scrolls and Fallout and Crash and even Call of Duty would now be Xbox exclusives, and that would be a big deal for them, right? Well, turns out not. Because after spending all those billions of dollars, they ended up basically not changing anything. I mean, okay, there was a short period of time where things were Xbox exclusive, but now they've just completely gone the reverse direction of now everything is on PlayStation, and there's going to even be stuff on the Switch too at some point, so, like, I don't know. Kind of feels like there was no point in that entire acquisition if they're just going to be on the other platforms anyway, but I don't know. Again, everyone's got their opinion on that. You know, I mean, there are a lot of people that see, you know, going multi-platform as a positive, and in a way, they're not wrong. Obviously, you know, the whole, more people get to enjoy these games. What's wrong with that? And you know what? You're right. There is nothing wrong with that. But at the same time, it kind of makes the console pointless. Because the whole reason to buy a console for a lot of people is the exclusives, right? And if you don't have the exclusives, and if you can play them somewhere else, then why would you buy that console? That's been the whole meme with Xbox since the Xbox One, you know? Although, in the case of Xbox, I wouldn't say they have no exclusives, because they have had their share of exclusives over the years. It's just that a lot of the exclusives they've had are exclusives that people don't really care about that much. At least in comparison to Sony or Nintendo. Or at least that's how it feels like. Obviously, there are exceptions. You know, Hi-Fi Rush, right? That came out a few years ago. That's a great game. I've played through that. It's a really good game. It was an Xbox exclusive. Well, Xbox and Windows. But, you know, it wasn't on PlayStation at the time. It is now, but not at the time. So that was one of the kind of few standouts of like, hey, this is a really good game Microsoft's got going for them. And then, of course, the whole thing with the studio closures happened. Then Krafton bought, oh my god, what's the name of it? Tango Gameworks, and then the game came out on the PlayStation, and there's been talks of a Switch version for forever, maybe now on the Switch 2, I don't know. So yeah, I don't know. Starfield was an Xbox exclusive, but there's been rumors of it coming to PlayStation, and frankly, at this point, I feel like that's just inevitable. Like, why wouldn't it come to PlayStation? But alrighty then. Okay, we've been going on a long spiel here. Let me go ahead and actually change out my stuff here. Whew. We've been going now for 3 hours and 17 minutes. I should probably wrap it up if I'm being honest. This is probably about the length of a regular stream, but I want to get at least one match, just one singular match of tower control with Urchin Underpass, assuming it's still there. Okay, yeah, we got fast forward. Yeah, starting in Splatoon, was it Splatoon 2 or Splatoon 3? I think it was Splatoon 3 added the ability to like fast forward through all this. But not in the first game. Now you gotta spam A until it all goes away. Oh, man. It doesn't help that this includes all of the stuff that was added in updates, so there's that too. Oops. Oh, no. I never used the Splat Charger. If there's one weapon in this series I've never gravitated towards, it is dang it, why am I getting screwed up now? It is the Splat Charger, basically the sniper. I never used the sniper in this series. I never have. I've used it maybe a handful of times, but it's just, nah. But to be fair, I never use snipers in any shooter. I never have used them in Call of Duty. I've never used... Well, okay, I don't want to say never, but I basically never used them in Call of Duty or Battlefield. Like, any game, any shooter that has a sniper, I never used it. It's like my least used weapon by a landslide. Not even close. Okay, let's go with Splatling. Oh yeah, the Crack-On Splat Roller. I think that was the one I used the most back in the day. Let's go with I don't know, I guess we'll go with the NZAP 89. Now, the weapon that I used the most back in the day was the 52 Gal Deco. Now, I don't know where that is. It could be this one, but it could also be a lot. It could be... Okay, no, it's not that one. That one has the long barrel. No, it's not that one either. Where is it? We're not getting it for a while. We're not getting it this stream, is I guess the main point of that. We're not getting it this stream, unfortunately. But that's okay. We're probably just going to transfer all my old save data over to this account at some point anyway. And once we do that, then we'll all be good. Alrighty then. So yeah, I don't know. I want to get at least to rank 10, and then once we do that, we'll probably call it. Not because I'm necessarily ready to be done, but just because I feel like the stream is long enough as is, you know? Eventually you reach a point where it's like, okay, this has gone on long enough. And I think we're getting to that point. I mean, we definitely would if we were playing Splatoon 3. I wouldn't be playing Splatoon 3 this long, I feel. But yeah, so yeah, looks like we're all on our own again. Looks like Jay has left, and Jamil has also left. Looks like we're on our own again. It was nice of him to stop by, though. That was cool. It's always cool seeing him pop up and everything. So yeah, Riders Republic, though. Yeah, that's a game I'll get around to playing. At some point, because I did like Steve. Anyways. Alright, so what else can we talk about in the meantime here? Is there something else we can talk about? As we kind of ride into the sunset here for this stream. Surely there's something. Something we can talk about that we haven't talked about. But the question is, what is that something? We've talked about Switch 2, we talked about Xbox and PlayStation a bit. We've talked about a couple other things, I think. What else can we talk about? What else? Oh yeah, so this isn't really much of a conversation or anything, but it's just a little thing. So I mentioned how I went to, I went to the mall the other day, went to that store, got that Tom and Jerry DVD, that whole thing, right? So, on the way back, I stopped by Jack in the Box, you know, just because. And I tried to order through the app, because if you order through the app, you get a discount on, like, the tacos, because they have two tacos for 99 or whatever. But it's only 99 cents if you do it through the app, so I had to do it through the app. Okay, fine, whatever. And then, I wasn't paying attention to the... When it got to the point where it was like, what location do you want to order from? I wasn't paying attention. I just pressed whatever the default option was, and the default option was a different Jack in the Box to the one I was at, because the default one was the one that was closer to my house. This other one that was nearby the mall was not that one. And of course, I immediately realized my mistake and was like, oh crap, I think I just screwed myself. I ordered at the wrong one. And unfortunately, they couldn't really do anything about that. And basically, long story short, I had to walk, like, I had to spend like 30 minutes walking down to the other Jack in the Box, because I walked to the mall. I didn't, because I don't have a license or anything, even though I really should at this point, so I just walked to the mall, and then I walked to that Jack in the Box, and then from that Jack in the Box, I had to spend 30 minutes walking to the other Jack in the Box, the one that's closer to my house, and then I got to them, and I was like, okay, so I explained to them the whole situation. And they were basically like, well, we can't... And at that point, I just wanted a refund. Like, I was kind of just annoyed at the whole situation, even though obviously it wasn't the people's fault. It wasn't the people at the people at that location. It was not their fault, obviously. But I was kind of annoyed about the whole situation. So I was kind of like, can I just, like, have a refund? And they're like, well, we can't really give you a refund. You have to go through, like, the app or whatever. And so eventually I just did that, and I did get a refund. So it all worked out in the end, but yeah, that whole thing was kind of a... I'm not gonna lie, that was a bit annoying. That, like, I ordered at the wrong location by mistake, which was my fault. Full disclosure, that was my fault. I wasn't paying attention to the location, I just wasn't thinking, because I'd never done this before. And yeah, I ended up not getting anything in the end, and I had to spend extra 30 minutes walking down to another location just to try and get the thing canceled, when it turns out it wouldn't have meant anything anyway, but whatever. But at least I know now that next time I do that, make sure that the location I pick, if I'm ordering through the app, is the location I'm actually at. But at least I know if I do screw up, I will get a refund, though. Because one of them was talking about, oh, you might get a partial refund or whatever, but no, I got a full refund. So, it all worked out, it was all fine, but yeah. I guess a little story of what happened. Just something to bring in, I guess, I suppose. I don't know, nothing big, just, why not? Something to talk about. Not there's anything much to say about it. But, yeah, I mean, man. What? I mean, really, the only thing there is to talk about is it really is just the Switch 2, man. Right? That's the only thing that has been in my orbit for like the last month or so. Right? It's just waiting for the Switch 2, but there's nothing else to say about it. Right? I mean, the system is a week away. There's people out that already have it. We pretty much know what there is to know about the launch. Like, there's nothing else to really talk about with it. It's just waiting, right? one more week and we'll have it. Right? You know, that's really all there is to say at this point. But, yeah. It's a shame that we're not getting any more of those My Nintendo Store invites, though. Until presumably after launch. Hopefully we get one before then, or hopefully Ethan's able to secure one via some other way. But, yeah, we'll see. But yeah, I do fully intend to, of course, do a stream for launch. Obviously, we're going to stream a bunch of Mario Kart. We might also try out the Zelda upgrades as well. Just for a little bit, though. We'll probably try out the Zelda upgrades a little bit as well. But it's going to be mostly Mario Kart, obviously. That's the big launch game. We'll be playing probably at least 3 or 4 hours of that. But we'll see. Another game I might play is the new Fast... is it Fast RMX, or is that the old one? No, Fast Fusion. It's called Fast Fusion. That game is like $15, and it's from Shinin. They have a pretty good reputation with that series. So I might get that and play a bit of that as well. I'm not going to get Welcome Tour. Not out of some, like, I boycott this type thing, but just because, like, that's not really any point. Yeah, it's $10. It wouldn't be the end of the world. And I could basically get it for free, because I have some eShop cards laying around. I have $40 in eShop cards laying around that I haven't used yet. So really, Welcome Tour would be free for me, but... nah. Not out of some, I boycott, not because of that, just because, like, I could just watch a YouTube video. So yeah, we'll basically just be doing Mario Kart and some of the upgrades, Zelda upgrades. We might also try some of the free upgrades, like, you know, Odyssey's gonna get an upgrade, ARMS is gonna get an upgrade. You know, I don't have Scarlet and Violet, so I won't be able to test how much better or not better it runs. But yeah, the games I do have, we'll probably give a brief look. I mean, I got ARMS, I got Odyssey. I think that's really all I have out of the games that have free upgrades. I don't have Link's Awakening or Echoes of Wisdom, so I can't test those. I don't have any of the Pokemons. I don't have U Deluxe. I have Wonder, but again, Wonder's probably going to get a paid upgrade later. So I don't know. Probably just those two. I have Captain Toad on the Wii U, but not on the Switch, so I don't have that either. I hope we get more upgrade announcements in the June Direct when we do get it, though, because there's got to be more coming, right? There's no way. I mean, again, I think we're going to get an Odyssey upgrade, but... sorry, not Odyssey. I think we're going to get a Wonder upgrade. And by an upgrade, I don't mean a patch. I mean like a Switch 2 edition. We're going to get a Switch 2 edition. I think that's definitely going to happen. But outside of that, I mean, again, the game... I mean, again, Smash is kind of the obvious one for me to go for. And honestly, I would be perfectly fine with just a 4K patch and netcode. You just make the game 4K and give us rollback, and honestly, that would probably be enough for most people. Now, at least that would be enough for most people if it was like a free update. If it was a Switch 2 edition upgrade, it would probably need to be more than that. But frankly, we're going to get it anyway, because what are we going to do? Not have the newest version of Ultimate? Especially if it has rollback? That would basically, single-handedly, mostly, fix the online. I know rollback is not a silver bullet. I know that, but you get what I'm saying. It'd be a lot better at the very least. Man, if the next game does not have rollback, that's gonna look really bad. It was one thing for Ultimate to not have it, but like every fighting game has rollback now. All of them do. So if Smash 6 doesn't have it, man, that's gonna look bad. That's gonna look bad. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Actually, one game that I don't think is going to get an upgrade, but it'd be cool if it did get one, is it'd be cool if Mario Kart 8 Deluxe got an upgrade. I mean, obviously they're not going to do it because World exists, but it would be cool if it got one, because Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is still a great game. It has the most courses in the series, and, you know, literally everyone that has a Switch has this game, right? It's famously the best-selling game on the system, right? So, you know, literally like 65 million people would be able to take advantage of that Switch 2 patch. I don't think it would be an edition. Again, World exists, so it wouldn't be a Switch 2 edition. It would just be like an upgrade that adds, like, you know, 4K or 1440p and adds like 60 FPS to 4-player split screen. It wouldn't be anything crazy, but it would definitely be something that'd be nice to have, because while Mario Kart 8 looks great on the Switch, and even looks great on Wii U, it does look even better at 4K, as someone that has played many hours of Mario Kart 8 on Ryujinx at 4K. It does look really good at 4K. Even the booster course tracks look better at 4K. Although, obviously, the base game ones shine the most. But it doesn't need an upgrade by any means. The game still looks and runs totally fine as is. You know, it's 1080p 60, so it's maxing out what the current Switch can do. And it looks and runs great anyway. But it'd be nice if we could get that extra bit of... that extra resolution, that extra frame rate bump for 4-player split screen. That'd be cool. Actually, want to know what would be really cool, even though obviously this is never happening in a million years? What if we got a Switch 2 edition, and as a part of the Switch 2 edition, they redid the Booster Course Pass, but with base game quality? Now, that would obviously never, ever, 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 ever happen. But what if it did? That would be pretty sweet. Although I'm sure people would complain that they didn't do it on the base game in the first place, which, fair enough, but hey, better late than never. But they're not going to do that, obviously. Their focus is on World. The Booster Course Pass was only... the only reason why the Booster Course Pass ended up the way it did was because it was a stopgap, because they couldn't get World running on the Switch one. So, yeah. So, I guess I could save this for later, and I'm sure I'll reiterate it when we get to the end, which is probably not too much longer from now, but I'll go ahead and give you guys a couple of updates on some of the future streams I have planned, because obviously with the Switch 2 launch, I do have a couple of streams planned. Some from before, some during, so obviously we have this stream, which I've been planning to do for a long time now. This was always going to happen no matter what. And then I want to do one last Mario Kart stream. I want to do like basically a farewell to Mario Kart 8. We're gonna do that like the day before, so like June 4th, basically. And then I'm considering, but I'm not 100% certain yet, but I'm considering doing one more Smash stream. There's not any real reason to do another one right now. There's no significance. Like with Mario Kart, it makes sense, because, you know, the Mario Kart 8 era is finally coming to a close after 11 years, but Ultimate's not going anywhere anytime soon, so there's no real reason to do one more. Especially because I'm not really in a Smash mood at the moment, but, you know, maybe we will, maybe we won't. I think we'll probably just save that. Like, the next Smash stream will probably be on the Switch 2. Not that it will make any difference, obviously, it's still a Switch 1 game, but... And I also don't get my Action Order CSS, or my Windows XP background, or my Orchestral Dragon Quest. I'd be taking a couple of sacrifices, but... I mean, obviously, again, like I said before, I'm going to still have the Switch 1, so we can just do that as well, but... I mean, come on, I didn't wait this long for the Switch 2 to not play everything on the Switch 2. Hey, Antonio, welcome to the stream. We're going now for about 3 hours and 30 minutes. And the goal here is I want to get to rank, or level 10, so we can unlock, we can unlock, ranked battle, in which also has a more, which right now is tower control, and it has Urchin Underpass in it. And Urchin Underpass is the iconic original, so I want to play that. But I like playing on these maps. Like, the Splatoon 1 maps are the best maps in the series. I've said this a couple of times already, but Yeah, the Splatoon 1 maps are just absolute classics, especially the first 5, the original 5, this being one of them. Salt Spray Rig, this is one of the original 5. Man, playing this map really is reminding me of the good old days of the test fire. Because this was one of the maps that was in the original global test fire from back in the day. Still very much have strong memories of it. But we got a Japanese player. Man, Japanese player... I mean, I know I mentioned earlier how, like, Splatoon is more popular in Japan than it is in the West, but that was especially so during the Wii U era. Like, Splatoon 1 had a ton of Japanese players in it, especially in ranked battle. Like, I remember me and Dylan back in the day, when we played ranked battle, if you went against a Japanese team, it was all over. It was all over. If you were doing ranked battle... And if it was like you versus like an all Japanese team, it was all over. I mean, not all the time, but you get my point. Like genuinely, and then that wasn't really the case for future games. Like Splatoon 2 didn't really have that, and Splatoon 3 doesn't have that either, at least in my experience. But Splatoon 1, man, the Japanese people are hardcore in Splatoon 1. So I guess, Antonio, while you're here, actually something I did see the other day, I'm sure you will be interested in, or you've probably already seen, is the Thunderbolts, which of course is about a month. It's been almost a month. It came out, what was it, May 2nd? Like the very beginning of May. We kind of know what the numbers for it are now, and the numbers are not great. It's not as bad as the Marvels, but it's in that lower echelon. It's in that lower echelon. I think it's like 380 million so far on like a 180 million budget. So it technically made money, but not by much. And obviously at this point, it's been out for a month, so most of the people that are going to see it have already seen it. I know that Valentine Buster mentioned in the last stream, yeah, it was stream, that like, yeah, when I did the Smash stream at the beginning of May, he mentioned that like he's gonna see it like later this month or early in June or whatever. Oh, stage switching time. Did you hear that pennies are ending? Yes, I did. I believe that was announced a few months ago, is when that was first announced. But yes, it is now like 100%. Like the Treasury did confirm that they have ordered their last round of blanks, like their last round of like penny blanks that don't have like all the stamps and stuff on them. And after that, that's it. They're done making pennies, at least for now. Now, of course, pennies may come back later once obviously in a few years when a new administration may or may not come in. We'll see. Maybe then it'll change, but at least for the remainder of the this administration, pennies, they're not making any more pennies. Now, of course, all the existing pennies, which of course there are billions of existing pennies from the last 100+ years, obviously those aren't going anywhere, and those are still going to be legal tender. You can still use them, but they're not going to be making any more. And I think that's probably a good idea. I mean, at least based off the little information I know, which is not many. But if you've ever seen the famous CGP Grey video from like 2011, Death to Pennies, he goes over, why, even back in 2011, this is 2011, right? This is 14 years ago. He talked about how even back then, the pennies were worth more to make than they were. Like it costed like 2.5 pennies to make a penny. They were literally burning money to make money. It was like, why even bother? Especially because no one really uses pennies anymore. So he was making the case back then that, and I'm sure someone out there could point out some flaws in that, and I'm not saying it's perfect or anything. And again, I'm not going to claim to be some expert on pennies and whether or not they're worth keeping around or not, but at least based off of that, plus his follow-up video that he made when the announcement was made a few months ago, where apparently now it's like 4 cents to make a cent, again, it's like, I mean, I don't see any issue with that. I mean, yes, the penny is iconic, Lincoln, all that stuff, but as an actual form of currency, it's something that actually matters in our day-to-day lives, getting rid of it really won't change much, Again, pennies are already kind of considered worthless and have been for a long time, and they do legitimately cost a lot more to make, so sure. But of course, people might say, well, if you're going to kill off the penny, you may as well kill off the nickel because it costs like 7 cents to make 5 cents or whatever. I don't know the exact details of the nickel or dime, but I know people have made arguments for like, well, if you're going to get rid of the penny, you may as well get rid of all those. And then all we would have left is the quarter. And everyone still likes the quarter, right? No one has any issue with the quarter. The quarter is still, it's like the one coin that people still care about, right? I mean, people still care about nickels and dimes to an extent, but it's really the quarter, right? The quarter being the most valuable one. People still very much will hold on to those quarters, but pennies are the one that, yeah. Even though the penny is the most iconic of the current currencies we have, I think between the penny, nickel, dime, and quarter, I think the penny is definitely the most iconic because of that copper, or at least formerly copper. It's now zinc for the most part, but that copper, that classic brown copper coating, and of course Lincoln. So, yeah, but of course Lincoln's not going away because, as CGP Grey said in 2011, this hasn't changed since, he's still on, like, the $5 bill or whatever, so, like, Lincoln's not going anywhere, he's still going to be on the $5 bill, and the $5 bill is obviously not going anywhere. So, yeah. I think, at least on paper, with my knowledge, it is a good idea. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's one of the things that I feel like is one of those, like, yeah, kind of like there's no real reason for the general public to really have any issue with it. I know, obviously, this administration's been very controversial for people, but getting rid of pennies, I feel like, is not one of those controversial issues. It's one that just kind of makes sense, So I don't have any issue with it. I think it's probably a good idea, at least on paper. At least on paper. But, yeah, so... But again, this may just be a temporary thing. Maybe in 2028, well, in 2029, I should say. Maybe in 2029, if, we get, when, maybe that'll get reversed in 2029, 2030, when a new administration comes in. But at least for the remainder of Trump's term, no more pennies. But I don't think that's a big deal. So, yeah, so that's that. But yeah, the Thunderbolts, though, the Thunderbolts. Yeah, not doing great. Not as bad as the Marvels, but that's not saying much. But it's not doing great. Even though it really kind of deserves to do better than it has. Because, the Thunderbolts, it's genuinely a decent movie. Like, genuinely. Like, it's genuinely decent. Which, for the MCU right now, is a win. So, and I think I can say that because I've skipped out on a decent amount of the recent shows, and I didn't even see the new Captain America. Now, granted, that wasn't really because of me, but still. So, it's kind of a shame, but oh well. It's not like it's the biggest movie ever anyway. It's also not top 10 MCU or anything either, but by modern MCU standards, it's actually pretty decent. It's got characters you care about, and you actually want to see again. Which I know, again, doesn't sound like much, but again, this is how it is right now, so so we take what we get, right? Brave New World is on Disney Plus. Have you seen it yet? No, I have not. I did see that it's on Disney Plus. I will get around to watching it, as well as catching up on the stuff I haven't. Like, again, I still haven't seen Daredevil. I still haven't seen Agatha. Whatever. Ironheart's coming out soon. I have no interest in watching that when it comes out. Like, I think a lot of people are gonna just be skipping that one as well. But like I've said before, I will catch up on everything I have missed by the time we get to Secret Wars and Doomsday. And then once those movies are out, that's when I will decide whether or not I walk away. I think is kind of what my, at least current assumption is. At least for the shows, especially. Like the movies, I like going to the movies. I'll probably end up seeing all of them for as long as they make, for at least as long as you and I are seeing them. But the shows, though, I've already kind of stopped watching the shows as is, but I might just permanently stop with the shows at that point. But again, we'll have to see when we get there. Ugh. And yes, I did see that the movies got delayed. I forget what the new release dates are. Is it 2027, 2028? I forget what they are, but I know they got pushed back, which at this point almost doesn't even feel like anything. You know, like if this, like imagine if this happened with Endgame. Like imagine if like we were in like October of 2018, and they were like, Endgame is now coming out late 2019, early 2020. People would have like lost their minds. But now it's like something gets delayed. It's like it doesn't even register. It doesn't even register on the radar. No one really. Okay, I don't want to say no one cares. It's not true, but a lot less people care compared to if it happened with like Infinity War, Endgame, like 5 or 6 years ago. It's just the dynamic of the MCU and how people perceive it has just changed so much, and ever since this new era has started. Again, that kind of slow burn of people slowly becoming less and less and less and less interested until the point where they basically only show up for the movies that are worth, basically the ones that are worth actually sitting through. Maybe it's being a bit harsh, but you get what I'm trying to say. I don't hate the MCU. I don't. But obviously, it's had a bit of a rough time these last few years. And they're trying to steer the ship back. They're trying to steer the ship backwards, but it's going to take some time. I know that, I don't know if it was Marvel or if it was Bob Iger that said this. I think it might have been Bob Iger who said that, like, Thunderbolts represents Marvel's, like kind of them going back to, quality over quantity, And that's kind of like their first step in that. And you know what? If that's actually true, and obviously he could just be saying that for the sake of it, but if he's actually being genuine with that, which, press X to doubt, then I think that is a good sign, because Thunderbolts was legitimately better than some of their more recent releases. So maybe so Iger has a point, even if he's just saying it for the sake of promoting the movie. And they have legitimately pulled back on the shows. There's not as many shows as there has been. I mean, obviously there's still gonna be shows. I mean, they need to promote Disney Plus with something, but they're not doing like 4 or 5 shows a year anymore. They're not doing that anymore. They're doing like 2, maybe 3, and they're spacing them out a lot more. So it's not like it was with 2021, where we had WandaVision, then we had Falcon Winter Soldier, then we had Loki, all within like a fairly short amount of time. It's not like that. They're spacing them out more. There's not as many of them. But obviously there are just some projects that they have to get out the door, like Ironheart. Like, no one really wanted Ironheart, right? But they greenlit it years ago, so they have to go through with it, right? They just kind of have to get through all the stuff that they greenlit years ago that people don't really care about. And then once they get through that stuff, then we'll be smooth sailing again on paper. I mean, again, the Fantastic Four, when it comes out later this year, that's going to be a big test for them, because for a lot of people, if Fantastic Four if Marvel cannot get the Fantastic Four right, and especially if they can't get the X-Men right when we get around to that eventually, then that's really not gonna help them. But again, I feel like Doomsday and Secret Wars are really the big ones they have to nail. If people like those movies, even though they have a lot stacked against them, then maybe the MCU will really still be able to continue in a way that people care about. But again, we'll see. Now, to be clear, I don't think Marvel and Disney are ever going to fully kill off the MCU proper. It's way too big of a franchise to ever truly kill. But we will eventually reach that point, if things don't improve, where people genuinely are just like done. And people are already kind of like that now. But there are still things here and there that bring people back in, right? We had Deadpool, we had Thunderbolts. We're going to have Secret Wars. People are going to watch Secret Wars. If you think people are not going to watch Secret Wars and Doomsday, then, like, no, they're going to watch it no matter what. It's the next Avengers movies. They can't skip them, no matter how the rest of the MCU has gone these last few years. But beyond that, who knows? Because after that point, supposedly the next saga is going to be the Mutant Saga, and there's going to be a big focus on the X-Men, but again, we'll see how that goes. I mean, we know they're going to be bringing back some X-Men for Doomsday. Right, we have Charles Xavier and Magneto with Patrick Stewart and Ian McKellen reprising their roles. Presumably they're going to be the Fox versions of those characters, because we got that post-credit scene in the Marvels, right, with Kelsey Grammer's Beast. They'll follow up on that because they kind of have to. I mean, especially for something that big, right? You don't have to follow... Like, there are some post-credit scenes they haven't really followed up on that aren't as important, but the X-Men is way too big of a deal to not follow up on at some point. It's way too big of a deal to not follow up on. This isn't like, the Scorpion in Homecoming, or the Doctor Strange post-credit scene or whatever. Like, no. Like, this is something that's like... This is the X-Men. They can't not follow up on it. Oh, man. I also stopped watching the shows, to be honest. Also, Doomsday and Secret Wars are like December 2026, December 2027. Okay, so that is a bigger gap than they were originally, because I believe last time around it was supposed to be a 6-month gap. I believe it was supposed to be May 2026 and then like December 2026. As opposed to what they did with Infinity War and Endgame, where they were a year apart, but now they're a year apart again. Except now, instead of being in April, it's in December. Maybe they're banking on that Christmas season. Although, obviously, Infinity War and Endgame did just fine without the holiday season. It's not like they need to release it. They could release it in January and it would still make $1 billion. I know January is considered like a dead month for movies. Like, no one releases anything in January. At least nothing big in January. But, they could put it in January and it would still do like $1 billion. Right? Like, these movies are going to do $1 billion at the box office no matter what, because they're Avengers. Certainly Secret Wars will. Doomsday, maybe it's 800, 900 million, but frankly, by Avengers standards, that would be considered a failure. Even if that would be considered a success for any other MCU movie. But Avengers is Avengers. It's their flagship brand. If it doesn't do $1 billion, that's a failure, I imagine, at least. But it'll do that, because again, it's Avengers. It's going to do $1 billion in its sleep. It's kind of like Spider-Man. Now granted, Spider-Man didn't make $1 billion until, like, Far From Home, but still. And Far From Home had the advantage of coming off of Endgame. But then, of course, No Way Home came out and did, like, 1.9, almost $2 billion. But, of course, that was because it was a big, Avengers-level event, It was basically... It was basically an Avengers-tier movie, right? With the big crossover and everything. And, of course, we still don't have a new movie yet, although we are going to be getting Brand New Day, finally, next year. So that's nice, but we haven't had a new movie for years. And, of course, we're still waiting on the second Spider-Verse movie that seemingly keeps getting pushed back and pushed back and pushed back and pushed back. Oh yeah, guys, it's totally gonna come out in, like, February of 2024, or whatever the heck the original release date was. Yeah, it's totally gonna happen, you guys. Yeah, about that. It's now May of 2025. It doesn't even have a release date. I think it might have one now, but it's been delayed a couple of times. I mean, it's not a big deal for me, and obviously those movies, obviously take a lot of time to make, especially. So, I'm not complaining about waiting. It's just I wish we had more of a timetable. I don't have an issue waiting, but I want to be in the know, right? That's kind of the issue, right? That was kind of the issue with Prime 4, right? Is that they didn't say anything about Prime 4 for like 7 years. Outside of the we're redoing development. They just didn't talk about it at all. No updates, no nothing. For like 5, 6, 7 years at a time. See, also, Spider-Man Brand New Day rumor to feature villains like Scorpion, Boomerang, Tombstone, and Tarantula. I've never heard of Tarantula. Mr. Negative in the film along with Mark Ruffalo's Hulk. Now, I think I have seen... Now, I have not been paying attention to the rumor mill in Marvel for quite a while, but I think I do remember somehow just glancing my view. I think I did see a thumbnail about, like, Hulk in Brand New Day, which we've never had Hulk, obviously, in a Spider-Man movie before, but I'm guessing the idea is, you know, every Spider-Man movie has to have, you know, the other big character, right? You know, Homecoming had Iron Man. Far From Home had Mysterio. And then, and obviously No Way Home had, like, all the characters, but I'm guessing, you know, what's the Tony Stark of Brand New Day? Is that the reason why we're getting the Hulk? I mean, obviously it's not going to be the same character at all. But you know, it's like, that's like the equivalent stand-in. Even though we really don't need the Hulk in a Spider-Man movie, I mean, people really want to see, like, Daredevil or Deadpool. You know, they want to see characters like that interact with Spider-Man. Because, I mean, because, you know, the Hulk and Spider-Man, they've interacted a couple of times. Not many, admittedly, but they haven't interacted a couple of times already, so I don't know. But, of course, the future of Deadpool is kind of, like, interesting, because Ryan Reynolds has mentioned that he's not really he's probably not going to do a fourth movie, but, like, obviously Deadpool is not going anywhere, so, like, I don't know. I mean, again, surely he'll be in Secret Wars. At least. He'll at least be in that, right? Surely. But... Or they might just get someone new, but I think that's going to be really hard for them to justify. Ryan Reynolds is Deadpool. You can't... it's like, you know, Robert Downey Jr. is Iron Man, right? Ryan Reynolds is Deadpool. It's on that level. Like, you can't have someone else. That's not how this works. It's either Ryan Reynolds or you just don't bother. That's kind of how that works. And I get not wanting to do another movie because he's already done 3 of them. But like not do a full movie, like not do a Deadpool 4 or whatever. I get that, but like surely he's going to be in Secret Wars and he'll make appearances and other things, right? Like surely. Again, at least Secret Wars, but to be fair, everyone's going to be in that movie, but still. Well, at least get him in that. On paper, at least. The 96 Galdico, that's what the longer one is called. Never really used the longer one, so I kind of forgot that it had a special name. Oh. We're almost at the 4-hour mark. I'm honestly surprised I'm still going. But I mean, hey, if I'm still enjoying myself, then why not? Besides, we gotta get to rank 10. And besides, this is the anniversary. Well, almost the anniversary. The anniversary -1. But it's still the American anniversary, so it still counts. It still counts. As far as I'm concerned, at least. By the way, as a coincidence, today also marks the day that Mario Kart 8 turns 11. Mario Kart 8 released on May 29th in 2014 in Japan, and then May 30th for us, I believe. So Mario Kart 8 is also, so Splatoon is 10, and Mario Kart 8 is 11. So then why am I not doing a stream for that? Well, because we're going to be doing a stream for Mario Kart 8 in a few, you know, before anyway, right? We're going to do a Mario Kart stream on June 4th, the day before the Switch 2 comes out, along with Mario Kart World. We're going to do that the day before. So, there's no point in doing 2 Mario Kart streams. Besides, I did a Mario Kart anniversary stream last year for the 10-year anniversary, so... It'd be kind of redundant anyway. We'll just save Mario Kart for then. Oh, man. And we just hit 4 hours. Literally right this second, we hit 4 hours. We just barely lost that one. Well, it's not the closest margin. I've had those 0.1% before. Although we haven't had one of those in a while. Alrighty then, so we're gonna take a quick break. Not long, like just a couple of minutes probably. But I've been sitting here for 4 hours, so I want to kind of get up, refill my water, all that stuff. I'll be back in a few minutes, so don't go anywhere. Alrighty, we are back. We are back. You are correct, sir. That's an old reference right there. I really do like his impression, though. Yeah, that seems very weird. It seems very strange. We are back. Anyways, if you get that reference, congrats. If you don't worry about it. So I think that actually might be the first time I've done the Be Right Back screen with the new music. Well, it's not new music, but you know what I mean. Like, I think with the music I've been I set up like maybe a month ago. I don't think I've used it up until this point. So I'm sure everyone recognizes that music. I believe it's still set to, yeah, Opus number 1 is what the song is called. Well, it's not a song. Music. His song has singing. There's no singing in it. You know what I'm trying to say, though. Yeah, Opus number 1, which is the famous hold music that everyone knows and loves. And it is really good, so I figured, you know what? I want something that's neutral, that everyone likes. So why don't we use it? I did noise reduce it, though. I did noise reduce it. I just ripped it off of YouTube from the original creator. And then I just noise reduced it because there's a lot of hiss, because it's from the 80s and it was recorded on tape. So I noise reduced it to a point where it still sounds good, but you don't, because obviously if you noise reduce it too much, then it'll sound really bad. But I've reduced it just enough that you basically don't hear any hiss, but it still sounds really clear and clean. So I think it sounds good. That's probably going to be my Be Right Back music for the foreseeable future because it's nice. Everyone likes it. It's neutral. I don't have to change it for any particular game or anything. It just works. So I'll probably just keep using that for at least the time being. But yeah, so anyway, so where are we at? We're at level 9. I think we just hit level 9, so we are one level away from having ranked, finally. I really should have just transferred all my save data over. I'll find a way to do it. I know there's a way you can. I saw there is. To, like, duplicate. I don't want to delete my original data. I just want to, like, duplicate it for the new account, essentially, so I have all my stuff. And if I have to just start from scratch again for some reason, it's not the end of the world. But I would like to not have to grind my way back to getting all my stuff back. Heard Hulk might become Savage Hulk in Battle of Spider-Man. Savage Hulk. I don't know what Savage Hulk is. I assume that's something we haven't seen in the MCU up until this point. Man, actually, that just kind of makes me think, yeah, what the state of, like, the Hulk. Like, people have memed on the Hulk in the MCU for a while, right? Like, ever since, like, what, Infinity War, basically? Around that time? Thor Ragnarok, arguably, like, people have kind of memed on him. But then, of course, the Professor Hulk thing. People... The general consensus, at least at the time, in, like, 2019, 2020, is that people did not like Professor Hulk. They wanted the Hulk to be the Hulk again. You know? I'm guessing that opinion hasn't really changed. I don't know why it would, really. But yeah, of course, you know, they're kind of tied with Hulk, though, because, of course, they famously cannot make another movie for him. At least, I don't think they can, still. I know that the rights got transferred back for The Incredible Hulk. Universal no longer owns that movie, but they still have that first right of refusal thing, so... And that's probably gonna stick until they can find something to trade it for, you know? It's kind of like how Universal used to own Oswald the Lucky Rabbit for, like, 80 years. And then Disney made a deal with Universal where they traded, like, a news broadcaster who was on ABC and ESPN at the time, which, of course, are owned by Disney. And then, basically, Universal was like, okay, you give us that newscaster so we can put him on NBC, and we'll give you Oswald. So we'll probably get something like that whenever, you know, like that's probably the kind of deal that would happen. Like, Universal would have to get something in return. Like, okay, we'll give you back those rights for Hulk and Namor and whatever else they have. We'll give you all that back, but we get something else in return, whatever that may be. Whether it's just money or it's, like, something else. But who knows if that's ever going to happen at this point. I feel like at some point they'll get the rights back. I think it's inevitable that they're going to get, like, all of their Marvel rights back eventually. Except for Sony. Sony's going to hold on to their rights for, like, the end of time because, I mean, Sony's bread and butter is Spider-Man. If they don't have Spider-Man, then that's a big hit for them. So they have to hold on to Spider-Man. But as far as Universal is concerned, which is really the last person left, because, like, you know, Fox, because obviously they got all the Fox stuff when they bought Fox, so it's really just Universal and Sony that are left as far as Marvel rights stuff they have to worry about. It's really just those two. And Sony, obviously, they have a relationship with, and Sony's never going to give up those rights anyway. But Universal, I mean, those rights do nothing for them right now, other than give them bargaining power and some kind of deal with Disney. Which also applies to the theme parks, because, of course, Universal owns, they have, like, that Marvel theme park from, like, the 90s and 2000s. That's still around, but it hasn't been updated in a long time because of the Disney acquisition of Marvel in 2009, where they can't really they can maintain the existing stuff, but they can't really do anything new with it unless they get approval from like Marvel. And of course, that's not going to happen because they want their stuff at Disneyland. So, Disneyland, Disney World. So there's like a Marvel park that's like stuck in time, which to some people is a good thing because it's a comics. It's like a comics focused Marvel land as opposed to, of course, an MCU focused land that we have at the Disney parks because, of course, the MCU is the big thing. But yeah. So there's the Hulk distribution rights, there's the Namor distribution rights, and then there is the their Marvel parks from before Disney bought Marvel that they still have and they can still run, but they can't really do anything with. I think that's about it for Universal. And then obviously Sony has Spider-Man film rights and some TV rights. I think they don't have. Okay, I think they have live action TV rights, but they do not have animated TV rights because we of course have spectacular. Not spectacular. We have we had that Spider-Man show not that long ago, right? That 60s looking one. That obviously that's made by Marvel, not Sony, obviously, so they own the rights for that. But then we have like the Spider-Man Noir thing, right? And that is a TV show, and it's made by Sony, obviously. Nicolas Cage, all that. So yeah, I mean, yeah, they own the so they own the film rights, both animated and live action, hence Spider-Verse. And then they own the live action TV rights, but not the animated TV rights. They lost that in like 2011, I want to say. And that, of course, is one of the reasons why Spectacular Spider-Man famously ended, was because now the rights... Because Sony owns Spectacular, but Disney owns the rights to make an animated show. So it was kind of in this... It's like in this legal limbo land, right? I know there are people out there that want them to bring that show back. I've never seen it. Obviously, it's considered to be like the best Spider-Man show ever made or whatever, but I've never seen it myself. It has a great theme song, though. Spectacular, spectacular Spider-Man, it's got a great theme song. That's the one thing I can say about it. It's got a good theme song, but I've never seen the show, and I don't really have any interest in seeing it, to be honest. As for most of the Marvel animated stuff, even the stuff people like, And obviously that's an old Marvel show from the 2000s that wasn't even made by Marvel. Again, it was made by Sony, but... Not that that disqualifies it or anything, obviously. But, I mean, Spider-Verse is not made by Marvel, but we all still love Spider-Verse. Just because it's made by Marvel doesn't mean, that it's good, as we've seen in the last few years, especially, but of course, just because it's made by Sony doesn't mean it's good either, because, say what you will about the current crop of MCU fare from the last few years, but... Is it Morbius? Is it Madam Web? Kraven was actually decent. I actually kind of liked Kraven. It's by no means amazing or anything, but I thought Kraven was actually decent. For a spunk movie, I know it's not called that anymore, but it's still built into my brain. It was decent. It was better than Venom 3. It was better than Venom 3. Venom 3 was kind of just like in one year out the other. But Kraven, even though it bombed, I actually thought was, like, by Sony movie standards, was actually decent. And then, yeah, there's been the whole talk of, like, is the Sony universe dead? And, yeah, the whole Spider-Man Noir, the last one, until they completely just killed off and rebooted or something. Because, the Sony universe that started with Venom in 2018... has not really had any successes. Venom 1 did well, especially in China. And then we had Venom 2, Let There Be Carnage, which did okay. But a lot of people only saw it because of the hype for No Way Home and because of the post-credit scene. And then we had... I think it was Morbius. Yeah, Morbius was after that. And Morbius was Morbius. I don't think that movie is as bad as people make it out to be, but it's not great, obviously. And it was memed to hell and back. And all the reasons people wanted to see it, like all the Spider-Man connections, they removed from the final movie, so it's kind of like, why even bother? And then after that, we had Madam Web, I think, was next. I mean, Madam Web was, I mean, it was like Morbius 2.0, maybe even worse. I mean, I didn't even see Madam Web. I didn't even bother to see that one, because, like, it's Madam Web. It doesn't matter if it's good or not. It's Madam Web. There's nothing to say us to say about it. And then, shocker, it wasn't good. And people clowned on it like crazy. Even more so than Morbius, I think. Because Morbius at least had memes going for it, whereas Madam Web didn't even have that. It didn't even get the luxury of memes. It just was just people hated it. And it flopped. And then, of course, we had then we had Venom 3, which, how well did Venom 3 do? I think it did around the same as the second movie, and people's reception to it was kind of like, eh, whatever. And then Kraven, which I thought again was decent, all things considered, but it also did poorly. So you get the point. The Sony live action universe has not had any like really solid movies in it that people are like, yeah, I like that one. Except for maybe the Venom movies. And even then, it's only a maybe. More so the first one, I imagine, as opposed to the sequels, but... But then, of course, what are they going to do next, then, right? Because Sony's not just going to let that IP languish. I mean, they literally can't, right? Because like, I forget the exact details of the deal, but I believe as of their 2011 contract with Marvel and Disney, the deal is they have to put a new Spider-Man movie into production every, like, 4.5 years in order to keep the license. Now, to be clear, that includes any movie. So Spider-Verse counts. So even if they didn't make any more live-action movies and they just made Spider-Verse, that would still technically fulfill the contract and they would still be in the clear. So technically speaking, they could just not bother with live-action for a while and put that on the back burner for a few years and just focus on Spider-Verse. Because, of course, we have the new Spider-Verse coming out. We also have some spin-offs. Like, there's supposed to be like a Spider-Gwen spin-off or something. Like the Spider-Verse universe in and of itself is supposed to be a thing. And they could probably just rely on that to keep the license in the meantime, assuming that the contract does not change since then to specify that it has to be live action. Now, technically speaking, they're already fulfilling that contract with the MCU. Because the MCU movies, lest we forget, while they're made by Marvel and they're MCU movies, they're not released by Marvel and Disney. They're owned and released by Sony. Marvel makes them, but Sony releases, distributes, and owns the rights to all those movies. So Homecoming, Far From Home, No Way Home, Brand New Day, those are all owned by Sony. And since that technically is a Sony-owned movie, I think that also counts towards that contract of like 4.5 years. So even if they didn't have Spider-Verse and they didn't have their own live-action movies, it would still technically fulfill the contract, I think. Even though it really shouldn't count, because Marvel's making the movie, not them, but whatever. And of course, who knows how long that's going to last, right? I mean, obviously, we've had a couple of close calls with the Spider-Man movie rights, right? You know, there was the whole 2019 fiasco, you know, after Far From Home, right? Where we had the whole split between Disney and Sony and that whole entire mess. So we've been through this once before, you know, this whole, like, what if the rights get split up again? Now, I don't think that's going to happen for the foreseeable future. I think they learned their lesson during the 2019 fiasco that, like, it's for the best for both Disney and Sony to maintain this deal, right? Because it makes Sony a crap ton of money, because they get most of the money for the movies. And Disney obviously gets merchandise because they get all the merchandising, right? They get all the merch, they get all that stuff, and obviously they just need all that stuff. So like, it makes sense for from both Disney and Sony's perspective to keep this Spider-Man MCU deal going basically as long as possible. But obviously Sony wants to do their own thing too, and they can't use Spider-Man in their own movies, at least as of the 2015 deal. That may have changed in the 2019 renegotiations, but in the original 2015 deal, I believe it was, you can make your own movies, but you can't use any of the characters that we use. So that means they couldn't have used any version of Spider-Man. I mean, they couldn't have used Tom Holland, but they couldn't have even used... well, at least I don't think they could have used Toby or Andrew. Maybe they could have. I don't know. But I think that changed at some point, because, of course, in Morbius, we famously get that infamous post-credit scene where Michael Keaton's Vulture is just transported to the Sony universe for no good reason, and he's in the Vulture suit and everything at the end. So clearly that whole "you can't use the characters we're using" thing, it doesn't apply anymore. That must have changed in the 2019 renegotiations. Or maybe I didn't have that 100% locked down in the first place. Maybe the deal wasn't quite like that. That's just what I remember it being. But yeah, I know I've mentioned this a couple of times in the past, but one of these days I gotta get around to doing my kind of like state of the MCU video. I know that there's like a billion of them on YouTube, but I kind of want to do my own version of that. From my perspective, how I feel about things. It'd probably be... I was considering doing it as a proper video, but I think realistically it would just be a discussion video, which is fine. But we need more real videos, man. I keep saying that. I'm like, I really am a broken record. I need to do more real videos. We can't just have discussions and streams. We need real videos, and it never ends up happening because either a concept doesn't justify a full video, or I'm too lazy to make it. Remember when Madam Web almost became an MCU film by referencing MCU characters in the Daily Bugle? I did see something about that. I don't really know the details about it, though. But having the Daily Bugle in your movie doesn't mean anything, because we have the Daily Bugle in, like, Morbius, and I think a couple of the other movies. Like, the Daily Bugle is in the Sony universe already. So that has nothing to do with the MCU, really. It's just their version of the Daily Bugle, right? Which is different than the MCU Daily Bugle. Although we have yet to see J. Jonah Jameson in the Sony universe, and therefore we have yet to see the always wonderful J.K. Simmons, who of course I'm sure would be in it, because I mean, he's basically locked in at this point, right? He did the Raimi trilogy, he's done the MCU movies, he's also done a couple of the animated stuff, right? You know, again, going back to the whole Ryan Reynolds thing, you know, it's like, J.K. Simmons is J. Jonah Jameson. Period. End of discussion. It doesn't matter what universe, doesn't matter if it's live action or animated, he is going to be voicing that character and doing that character for as long as he basically is in the business. And he's shown no indications of stopping. Ooh, 4 hours, 24 minutes. We're still going, man. I just really want to get. I really want to get to that level 10, just so we can get a couple of matches of ranked in. That's like all I really want. And then once we do that, we'll probably call it, because we've been doing this for long enough, but I really want to get that far. Actually, hold on, we I don't get many options here, because again, I'm starting from ground zero. Nothing on this account. We're gonna fix that at some point. The Blaster, very original name right there. I know which weapon that's talking about, though. Because most of the other names have, like, you know, they have splat in them, like Splatter Shot, Splatling, stuff like that. And then, like, the Squelcher, you know, or whatever. You know, then, like, Slosher, Splash-O-Matic, you know, Ink Brush. Okay, Ink Brush is maybe a little more straightforward, but still works, you know, it's Splatoon and everything. And then we got Blaster. Just Blaster. I guess they can't all be winners. You know what? I want to do the Ink Brush, actually. Kind of feel like doing the Ink Brush. Ugh. Whew. Something I need to do, I've been meaning to do it for a long time, is I've been meaning to take apart my gamepad and clean it, because I've never taken it apart to clean it in the, like, 12, 13 years I've had a Wii U. And some of, like, the triggers get kind of, like, sticky if you don't use them for a while. So I've been meaning to, like, clean, you know, take it apart and clean that up, but I don't know, I just haven't gotten around to it. I'll do it one of these days. But obviously, I don't play the Wii U much these days, so yeah. But I mean, even when I do play the Wii U, I mean, most of the games I play on the Wii U are games I can just use the Pro Controller for. But there is, of course, one game on the Wii U where you have to use the gamepad. Take a wild guess which game that is. But obviously, I haven't played this game in a while, so I don't know. I'll get around to taking it apart and fixing it at some point. Well, the gamepad works just fine, so saying it's fixing is not really the right word, but, you know, making it better, I guess, by cleaning and getting rid of that kind of stickiness that happens sometimes if you leave it alone for a while. So, kind of wrapping back around the Switch 2 real quick. We got an update on the backwards compatibility listing, and it came out a few days ago, but the data is from April of last month, so it's still not up to date, but it is more up to date than the one we had before. And it does have in the dark blue section, which basically means the best one. Is a lot bigger now on the third-party games, so that's good. But there are still about 100 or so titles that are listed to have issues of some kind and are currently being investigated. But one thing that's kind of curious is that a lot of the streaming apps, the few that do exist on Switch, apparently will not work by default. So YouTube, Nico Nico, which is a Japanese streaming service, and then Hulu and Crunchyroll which are pretty much the main ones that exist on the Switch right now. There's no Disney Plus, there's no Paramount Plus, there's no Max, or soon-to-be renamed HBO Max. Why did they ditch the HBO name if they were just going to bring it back anyway? But whatever. No HBO Max, soon-to-be HBO Max again. There's no Showtime, there's no... what else is there? Discovery Plus, that's a streaming service that exists. You get my point. Like, all of the big services are not Netflix, and Netflix is not on the Switch, but Hulu is on the Switch, YouTube is on the Switch, Twitch used to be on the Switch, but they killed off the app like a year or two ago. And then Crunchyroll is on the Switch, and Nico Nico is on the Switch. So those are kind of the main ones that you can get on the Switch right now, and none of them are going to apparently work on the Switch 2 out of the box. Now, I'm sure they're going to update them so that they work on the Switch 2, and you also get support for, 4K and HDR and stuff out of the box they won't, which is kind of weird. It's not a big deal, but I just kind of thought I'd bring it up real quick. It is kind of weird, though, that we have Hulu and Crunchyroll on the Switch, but we don't have Disney Plus or any of the other services. I really wonder what's going on with that. That's always been really weird with the Switch, by the way, the whole, like, whose fault is it that we don't have more streaming apps? Because in the early years, like 2017, 2018, 2019, it was kind of this back and forth of, no, it's Nintendo's fault, no, it's the developers, it's like the streaming service's fault, and then it was back and forth, back and forth, like, of whose fault is it really? And at this point, I don't think it's Nintendo's fault, simply because we have Hulu, we have YouTube, we had Twitch, we have Crunchyroll. So they're clearly okay with having streaming services on the Switch. At this point, at least. They weren't a thing at first, obviously. They didn't come until years later. So maybe it was Nintendo's fault at first, but it's not their fault now. And now the only reason we don't have those other streaming apps is just because Disney and Warner and Universal, oh yeah, Peacock, that's another one, and Universal, and like, they haven't bothered to put them on the Switch yet. Even though I remember when Disney Plus first came out in 2019, they had like a little presentation, and they had the Switch in there. So they clearly wanted to put it on the Switch back then, and it still hasn't happened for some reason. I don't think it's a big deal. I mean, every device that we have has these streaming services on it. Obviously, the Xbox and PlayStation have all of them. Smart TVs obviously have all of them. It's not a big deal at this point. It mattered more in 2017 than it does now. At this point, it doesn't really matter, but obviously, it'd still be cool to have all on there. It just hasn't happened for one reason or another. And of course, now that the Switch 2 has 4K and it has HDR, it can now have the same experience for those services that PS5 and Xbox do. So that'd be cool, but we'll see. But I'm sure those existing apps are going to be updated to work at the very least. So there is that. It is almost 6, and we've been streaming 4 hours and 33 minutes. I am surprised we're still going. I wonder how much longer it's going to take until the pre-orders start, like, moving, We're getting to that point now. Again, we're a week away, so surely in the next few days, they're going to start moving. Like, shipping-wise, they're going to start moving finally. Because, like I said earlier, my pre-order is at Walmart, and it's not for a pickup, it's for a delivery. And according to Walmart, their words, not mine, they're going to have it at my doorstep by 9 a.m. the day of, which means on paper, I'm going to wake up, and it's going to be there. That is, at least on paper, how it's going to go. Now, of course, do I believe them? I mean, I believe that that's what they want to do, but I don't know if I necessarily believe that's going to actually happen. I mean, I'm not really too fussed about it. It doesn't need to be there immediately. I'm not that picky about it. My only thing is don't take all day, because I think I mentioned this at some point, but essentially, back in the day, when I got Mario Kart 8, when it first came out, I pre-ordered it through Amazon, and Amazon took until like 8 at night to deliver it. It was really annoying at the time, having to wait that long, and that's one of the reasons why I kind of swore off pre-ordering games on Amazon for a few years, because I just had that, like, that really just cheesed me. I was like, yeah, no, I'm just gonna do GameStop instead. And I did GameStop for a good, like, 4 or 5 years, until the location I used to go to closed, and then I went back to doing, like, Amazon and other stuff, so... And it's been fine so far. So, I don't know, I'm not too worried about it. Basically, all I really care about is, does it show up day one? As long as it shows up day one, that's really all I care about. Because you gotta remember, even if I get mine at 8 at night, which is not gonna happen, I don't think it's gonna be like that. But let's just pretend, worst case scenario, on Walmart, for whatever reason, takes until like 8 at night the day of. That's not 8 or night on June 4th. That's 8 or 9th on June 5th. You know what? I can at least say I have one. As opposed to all the other people that wanted to get one and just weren't lucky. So, I can't really be too mad even if I do get it a bit later than I'd like. Because at least I have one. I'll have one, right? I'm one of the lucky few that got lucky during that April 23rd just bonanza. when everyone flooded all the websites at once for a good 20-30 minutes in hoping and praying that it actually went through. You know? I was one of the lucky ones. I got lucky. A lot of people didn't. There are people out there that are still trying to get one. There are people that are still waiting on their My Nintendo invite. Again, Ethan is one of them. He's still trying to find a way to get one. So, I mean, hey. If I have to wait even a little longer, it won't be the end of the world. Hopefully, they fulfill that promise, you know? And obviously, if they do, I will very much say so. I will probably make a community post the literal second it arrives. Like I said, I wanted to do a video, and I probably will, but I know at the very least I will, of course, do a community post. Like, I'll wake up, and the first thing I will do is I will see if it's there. And if it's there, I will take a picture of it, and I will post it. Even if I don't, obviously I'm going to want to eat first, but, like, yeah, I'll at least do that. Now, of course, I'm going to know if it's going to show up within some period of time, because, of course, I'm going to have the tracking information. Like, it'll be out for delivery by that point, you know, obviously. Like, by the time I go to bed the night before, when everyone's enjoying their midnight launch Switch, at, like, Best Buy or whatever, I'll be going to bed, and I'll be like, well... see you tomorrow morning. And by that point, it should say out for delivery in the Walmart app or whatever anyway. But yeah, I'm paying attention now, you know. I'm gonna be paying attention, you better believe. I heard I heard the NBA collaborated with Marvel again. Fantastic Four did the same thing for 2005 with the old Fantastic Four. What kind of collaboration would that even be? Like, is it like a Nike type thing, or is it like an actual, like, they're gonna appear in the movie somewhere? Like, I don't know. Because I know in the original Fantastic Four, they had a Fox on, like, the news screens. They had, like, Fox on the news screens. Because, of course, I mean, it was a Fox movie, so of course they had Fox. And you know, Disney does the same thing, right? You know, Falcon and Winter Soldier had ABC for that interview with John Walker. And obviously, like, why is it ABC? Because it's Disney. Right? Same thing, I'm sure it goes for Universal. I'm sure any time in a movie, any time in a Universal movie, they show, like, a news broadcast on a TV, I'm sure it's NBC, or MSNBC, or CNBC. It's NBC something, right? Because that's their brand, right? Universal owns NBC, Disney owns ABC, Paramount owns CBS, Fox, well, okay, Fox still owns Fox, right? That's something that I think people need to remember, is Disney bought 20th Century Fox, the movie studio, but they did not buy Fox, the broadcast channel, and they did not buy Fox News or Fox Business. They don't own any of that. The Murdoch family, under their new company, Fox Corp, they still own the rest of the Fox empire, so to speak. Disney just bought the movie studio, and therefore all the rights to all the franchises they own, which also includes their TV productions like Family Guy, American Dad, Futurama, The Simpsons, which is why all the Simpsons stuff is on Disney Plus now, and Family Guy and American Dad and Futurama. Futurama, of course, has gotten new seasons recently, and it's on Hulu, which, of course, is owned by Disney. Actually, one thing I saw the other day that I was kind of surprised to see, speaking of American Dad is coming back to Fox after, like, 11 years, which is really surprising. So, for those of you that don't know, so American Dad is it's not a spin-off of Family Guy, it's its own show in its own right, and American Dad is actually a pretty good show, at least the first, like, 6 or so seasons or whatever. I haven't watched, like, beyond a certain point, I kind of stopped watching, so I don't really know what people's opinions are on the rest of it, but I know, like, the entire Fox run, from, like, 2005 to 2013-14, is pretty good. I've seen some of the TBS stuff, but yeah, I moved to TBS in 2014, and it's been on TBS for the last 11 years, but apparently it was announced a few months ago that the series will be leaving TBS, and it will be moving back to its original home on Fox, which is very surprising, considering that Disney now owns American Dad, so you think they'd put it on Hulu. But no, it's going to Fox still. So it's kind of weird. I mean, if Fox wants it back, then sure, why not? I'm sure Disney's not going to say no to that money. It's just kind of weird that, like, they wouldn't move it to Hulu or some other channel they own, like Freeform. Like, it's just kind of weird. Like, I get The Simpsons and Family Guy staying on Fox because Fox keeps renewing them. But American Dad was canceled by Fox, and then TBS picked it up. And TBS is not owned by Fox or Disney, they're owned by Warner Bros. But, again, that was in 2014, that was before the Disney acquisition, so TBS just kept renewing it. So, I don't know, the whole thing is just kind of odd. You know, it's a little weird. I don't know, not that it really matters or anything, I think it's actually kind of cool that American Dad is coming back to Fox. I mean, that's kind of neat. Because when the show moved from Fox to TBS, they did change the show a little bit. They changed, like, the way it started. Like instead of starting with the iconic "Good Morning USA," like, instead of starting with the iconic theme song, they start with, like, a clip from the episode you're about to see, and then the credits start. And then, at the end, they play, like, the credits over the episode as opposed to having, like, the theme song with the black background like they used to do in the Fox days. So they kind of changed how the credits worked on both the opening and ending. Maybe if they move back to Fox, they'll change it back to the way it used to, which is the way I prefer it, but, you know, I don't know. Maybe it'll just stay the same. You know, at this point, they're kind of, you know, the show is what it is. They're not really going to change it much, you know? I know that American Dad was kind of in risk of being canceled a few years ago, because when the whole, when the Warner and Discovery merger happened, and David Zaslav, who of course was the CEO of Discovery, became CEO of Warner Bros. Discovery, and of course there was a lot of animated shows that got the axe around that time, and around that time, the team at American Dad, which again, American Dad is made by Fox, right? Like, it's made by 20th Century, like, Animation or whatever, but it airs on TBS. But TBS, which is owned by Warner Bros., again, because they were canceling a lot of animated stuff at the time under the new Zaslav leadership, people were, you know, there was a worry amongst the creative staff that the series is going to get canned, and they wanted to have, like, a finale of some kind. So, like, during that, like, 2022, 2023 season, they, like, wrote what was basically their attempt at a series finale of sorts, just in case the show didn't get renewed. It did end up getting renewed, obviously, and of course it's now going back to its original home on Fox, but yeah, and again, 20th Century Television is not the same thing as the Fox Broadcast Network anymore. 20th Century Television and 20th Century Animation are owned by Disney, but the Fox Broadcast Network is owned by the Murdochs still. So again, that whole distinction is kind of important to remember. Yeah, I still have not seen the new seasons of Futurama. I really like Futurama. It's one of my favorite shows. But I have not bothered with the new Hulu seasons yet. I'm going to at some point. I just haven't gotten around to it, like a lot of other things. But, yeah, Futurama is a classic. You know, it may not be as popular as, obviously, its bigger brother, The Simpsons, but it's obviously a very beloved show. Especially the original Fox run. The Comedy Central run has kind of got a divisive reputation. I actually got into Futurama during the Comedy Central run. In fact, I remember watching the original broadcasts on Comedy Central for, like, Season 7. Like, the first couple episodes of Season 7, like, the Bots and the Bees, the 2012 Mayan calendar episode, those couple of ones from that season, I remember watching those as they aired, back in the day. So I have a fonder reputation for the Comedy Central run than I think some people do. Although there are definitely episodes in the Comedy Central run that people really like. I mean, obviously, with the standout one being, of course, the iconic late Philip J. Fry, which is considered to be the best episode of the Comedy Central run and one of the best episodes of the whole series, for a good reason. I don't think it's as good as like, you know, some of the other classics from the series, but it's definitely, like, up there for sure. It's like a top 10 at least, if not top 5. It's classic for a reason. The Hulu era is from the... Now, again, I have not seen it. I've seen a couple of brief clips, but I haven't actually watched it. But I do know some of the episodes that have happened. Like, I know there's some modern-day stuff in there. Like, there's a COVID episode. There's a Zap Gets Canceled episode, which actually, to be fair, makes a lot of sense. Because, I mean, if there's a character you could do that concept for and it wouldn't feel forced, it would be Zap. Now, I don't know how people feel about the episode. Again, I haven't seen it. But the idea of Zap getting canceled is one that makes... Like, that's something they would have done back in the day if, you know, the whole cancel culture thing was a thing back then. I don't think that's a modern day... I mean, it is a modern day thing, but it's not like a forced modern day thing. Whereas, like, the COVID thing, okay, that's a bit forced. Especially at this stage in the game, because remember, this season came out in, like, 2023. That's, like, 3 years after the pandemic, and by that point, the pandemic was pretty much over, so doing a COVID parody is kind of like, you know, like, what was the point? And again, I don't know how people feel about that episode. Again, I haven't seen it. Also, we already had a COVID episode. It's called Cold Warriors from the Comedy Central run, which is another highlight of the Comedy Central run. I think it was called Cold Warriors. It's, you know, it's kind of got that, you know, Luck of the Fryerish type thing where it's a lot of flashbacks to Fry's, like, childhood and stuff, with the gerbil and everything. And, like, that episode basically already did the quarantine concept in, like, 2011, 2012. They didn't need to do it again. So, again, I don't know how people... No, again, I haven't seen the Hulu run yet. All I know is, I know that there's the COVID episode, there's the Zap Gets Canceled episode, there's a sequel to, like, the Parasites episode of the original run, with, like, the worm that lives in his stomach and creates the city or whatever. There's a sequel to that, apparently, but I don't know anything about it. And obviously there's a bunch of new episodes in there and some older... I don't know, there's a bunch of stuff in there, but I haven't seen it. I also have not seen the one that came after, the season that came afterward in 2024. I know that one of those seasons has, like, a follow-up to, like, Amy and Kif in it, with, like, their kids that they had way back in the day, and, like, what was it, season 2 or 3? I don't even remember what the... You know, that one episode where, like, Kif is pregnant or whatever. Like, they did a sequel to that. Again, I haven't seen it, I don't know what people feel about it, but I know it exists. So, yeah, I don't know, I'll get around to it. Eventually, like a lot of other things I need to get around to. Like, those games, like I said earlier in the stream, still haven't played Rebirth, still haven't played Persona 3 Reload, still haven't played this and that. I don't know why it's like that for me, it just is. Ugh. Yeah, commercial for Fantastic Four. I know you said that a while ago, but I think I'm only just now seeing it. Oh man, we are almost at the 5-hour mark. Why am I still going? I don't know why. It's because I want to hit that level 10. I just want to hit level 10. It's like all I want at this point. And we're almost there. We're almost there. We're almost at level 10. Man, I have been able to squeeze almost 5 hours worth of material. Surely I'm out of stuff to talk about now. Like, surely now I am out of stuff to talk about. I mean, we're nearing the finish line for real this time, so it's not a huge deal, but, like, is there, like, one more topic I could really go into for the last, like, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes, or however long left we're going to be going here? Is there something else I could talk about? Antonio, you got any suggestions? Something you want to bring up you haven't brought up yet? I'm all ears. You know, this might just be me, but I swear that the game looks better than I remember it. I mean, Splatoon 1 was always a good-looking game for the Wii U, but, like, I feel like I remember it being worse than it actually is. Because Splatoon 2 and 3 are legitimately a somewhat big jump over Splatoon 1. At least that's how I remembered it being. But even at 720p on the Wii U, this game still looks pretty good, I would say. Even though I know the character models and weapon models aren't quite as detailed as they are in later games, but this game still holds up. You take this sucker and make it 4K, and it will look just fine. Then again, that's the case for most Wii U games, and Switch games for that matter. The games, for the most part, obviously there are some exceptions, looking at you, Pokemon, but for the most part, first-party games look pretty good. I mean, they're not pushing, like, crazy boundaries, obviously, but they look good. It's just the resolution and frame rate tend to hold them back half the time. Which is why when you emulate them, they look so good, because the game's underlying assets are fine. It's just the resolution or the frame rate that holds it back. This game looks fine as is. The frame rate's not as stable as later games, I will say. You've probably already noticed it a couple of times during the stream, but, like, the frame rate can dip. It can dip. It's 60 enough of the time, but it can dip. Splatoon 2, on the other hand, is rock solid, and Splatoon 3 is not as solid by default, but it's mostly good. Although, if you overclock the Switch like I do, then it runs pretty much flawlessly, at least in regular matches. So I guess that's another benefit of having a Switch 2, or even Switch 1 version of this game, is that we could get a completely locked 60. It's not a huge deal, but it'd be nice. Will they revisit Kang Dynasty for the next saga with maybe Avengers Forever, since both stories revolve around Kang? Kang. The eternal Kang question. Well, they will definitely revisit Kang at some point, because Kang is one of their big villains. So they're going to revisit him at some point. But they're probably going to let that sit for a while. Like, obviously we're going to have the Mutant Saga, and that's probably going to have nothing to do with Kang. So So we're going to have a good 5, 6, 7 years where he's not even brought up. After that, though, who knows? But what I really want to know is just how are they going to conclude the current story arc, right? Because they have to address it. They've built him up, at least to some extent, in Loki and Ant-Man. They have to address it at some point. Probably in the beginning of Doomsday. They'll hand-wave it away somehow. But they're going to have to address... They can't just pretend Kang didn't happen. Really, the whole Kang situation kind of goes to show you, like, the kind of tumultuous state of the MCU. I know that the Kang situation wasn't Marvel's fault. They were just reacting to what was happening, but it is still not a great look. I mean, if you're like, what if you're asking me, like, what's the biggest kind of fail of the MCU post Endgame? I would probably say it's the fact that Blade still isn't out yet. That was announced in 2019, and it's still not out yet. It's still not out. That movie is so dead. It's so dead. They should just kill it off. They really should just tell us it's dead, because it's so clearly dead. It's never coming out. Poor Mahershala Ali has been really frustrated with them over this, and I can't blame him at all. It's just been this rigmarole of new script after new script over new script, and no one liking any of them. And it just never happens. He got one off-screen voiceover in Eternals, a beloved classic, as you can tell. And that's it. That's all he's gotten for the last, like, 7, 8 years. That's all he's gotten. Now, do I personally care about Blade? Not really, but it's still a real shame that, like, it just has not come out. This movie should have come out in, like, 2023, 2024. We don't even have a trailer. We don't even have a time frame. There's, like, nothing. It's just like, man. I'd say that's the biggest failing. You know, not She-Hulk, not some of the other projects we've had that people haven't liked. No. The fact that Blade still doesn't even have a time frame in 2025 when it was announced in 2019 is ridiculous. That's probably the biggest failing of the MCU right there. Not even a project that released, a project that hasn't released yet. Like, we got Wesley Snipes back before we got Blade. That is how long it has taken. We got Wesley Snipes back before we got Mahershala Ali in anything, pretty much. Because that Eternals cameo basically doesn't count. Because, one, it's the Eternals, but also, he doesn't even appear on screen. It's a voiceover. He, like, barely counts. Will MCU adopt Judgment Day since the story revolves around Eternals mutants and Avengers mutants? Like, I have absolutely no idea, because I don't know anything about any of that. I know that you know this, but I will reiterate it for the people that don't know. I am very much one of those people that really only knows, like, basically everything but the comics. I know stuff from some of the shows. I, of course, know everything about the MCU and the other movies. If something is from the comics and it's not something that's, like, very well known, I probably don't know. I'm one of those people. Sorry. I mean, obviously I know about some stuff from the comics. Various storylines that are popular, and I know some of the beats of them, but if it's even remotely niche, I probably have not heard about it. Or if I have heard about it, I know nothing about it, like, in terms of actual detail. Is that enough? Is that enough to get us so? Yeah, we got destroyed, absolutely destroyed. But did we get enough for me to like level up? Are we at that point yet? I haven't really paid attention the last few matches. I won't lie. 0-8. Yeah. There we go. Woo, baby, that's what we've been waiting for. That's a more recent reference as opposed to the other one I did. We are back. That seems a little weird. It seems a little strange. Hey, guess what? And by the way, number 1, number 2. More recent character he did, anyway. Okay, finally, 5 hours in. 5 hours in, we finally have ranked battle, and oh boy, this should have happened forever ago. Oh boy, are we overdue for this. We get 2 new ones. We get Kelp Dome and Moray Towers. You know, it's on Rainmaker, which is actually a plus because I really like Rainmaker in the first game. I don't really care for it as much in 2 and 3. Because they changed it from like a big tornado that just flies at the enemy to like a ball. And I get why they did that, but it's not as fun. That's something I like for Splatoon 4. Go back to the Ink Tornado of the first game, because I really liked this version of Rainmaker. Alrighty, so we're going to do a couple of matches of this. And then I think we're finally going to call it, because holy crap, 5 hours for this? I mean, obviously I'm enjoying myself, or else it wouldn't be going this long, but like, this stream should have been like 2-3 hours, not 5. Then again, what else do I have to do, really, right? Wait, what am I doing? Okay, I've been playing... Oh my god, I'm so wired for Turf War because I've been playing that for 5 hours. I've completely forgotten what the objective is. Okay, if that's the objective, then this weapon is not really the weapon you want for this mode. Oh, dang it. Ah, dang it. So yeah, we're gonna change weapons after this for sure. Yeah, that giant tornado of ink, that is what Rainmaker should be. Not that ball, even though, again, I get why they did that, because the ball is a lot... You can't just mow through people with that. But then it's less fun, you know? I don't know. At least that's how I feel about it. I'm sure if someone out there can say how, from a competitive standpoint, it's technically more balanced, and that's fine and all, but personally, for me, just give me my ink tornado back. Well, we got a lead, so that's good. I assume we lost. Oh well. Let's see. Did you know that back in the Bill Bixby era, the Hulk story, they almost did a crossover with Nicholas Hammond's Spider-Man in a TV movie? It never happened. Nicholas Hammond, is that the guy from like the 1977 like U.S. like thing they did that people didn't really like or whatever? I don't know. I've never seen it. No one really talks about it either. People talk about that, the Bill Bixby, Lou Ferrigno. People talk about that. People talk about, 60s Spider-Man and other animated shows, but people don't really talk about, like, the 1977 American pilot or whatever. I didn't go anywhere or whatever. Yeah, you definitely want a weapon like this for Rainmaker. Oh, if I had the 52 gal deco, we'd be good. That was the ideal weapon for these modes. I'm gonna turn my fan up, so hopefully that doesn't really make its way into the audio too much. I mean, I do have noise reduction stuff turned on, but the fan is like right next to me because it is warm in here. Although it's partially my fault because I closed the window. But I like to have my window closed whenever I do streams. Even if that does mean that I'm kind of in a sweat box after a while. Moray Towers. I like Moray Towers. Apparently there are people... Apparently this is like a not very well liked stage. And it's not my favorite or anything, but I think this is a good stage. Although I will say, of all the stages in this game to put in Smash, this is not at all the one I would have chose. I would have chose something more iconic, like Urchin Underpass, or Salt Spray Rig, or something like... I mean, one of the five, basically. One of the five default stages from the base game. That's what I would have chosen. One of those. Probably Urchin Underpass. I mean, again, if they're going to put in Mario Kart, then you may as well put in Smash. But maybe that would have been the reasons. Well, we already put in Mario Kart, so we don't want to have the same stage twice. Okay, fine. Then do Salt Spray Rig. Do Airwano Mall. Do any of those other ones. I don't care which. Just don't do Moray Towers or one of the later ones. Like, do one of the iconic ones. Then again, maybe another justification for it was, hey, Moray Towers is in Splatoon 2, which is the current game people are playing. So maybe that was another justification for it. Because it's in Splatoon 1, it's in Splatoon 2, but it's not in Splatoon 3. They've never brought back a stage 3 times, at least so far. I'm sure they'll do it. Like, I'm sure Splatoon 4 will have some stage that's been in more than one game, but so far, it's 2 games and that's it. He said yes. Is that yes to hearing the fan? I assume that's what you're saying. Yeah, we got wrecked in that one, too. Oh, man. I'm obviously rusty at this, to be fair, but... We're at the bottom rank, so it doesn't even go down. Man, I remember in Splatoon 1, keeping your rank was way harder than it was in later games. Like, it was a big deal if you ranked down or ranked up. At least that's how it felt like at the time. Now, granted, in Splatoon 2 and 3, there is a limit where it is hard, to be clear. Like, I've never gotten rank X. I know rank X is a thing they add in Splatoon 2 at some point, and it was in the base game for Splatoon 3, I think. I've never gotten to rank X, and therefore I've never gotten that extra, like, playlist that would be nice to have, so I can have more variety. But I've never gotten that far. But and that's of course not in this game. But getting to like A and S tiers in Splatoon 1 was kind of like an achievement, and it was a big deal. Like if you ranked down. It is 6:32 p.m. Pacific of the Standard of the Time. Ooh, man. I know I keep saying it, but like, I mean, we got them. I want to do rain, a couple more Rainmakers. We're not gonna do another hour. But maybe another 20 minutes or so. I mean, people are still watching. I mean, at least according to OBS, I have 3 concurrent viewers. I know one of those is Antonio. So, people are watching, so... I mean, if they're watching, then that's great, obviously. It's just... I don't know, it's kind of just ridiculous again. It just feels like the stream has been going on for a while. I mean, it has, obviously, so I don't know. I mean, we could always stream this game again later. There's nothing stopping me from doing another one, but... there's also not much of a point in it. Because we're doing the stream now because it's the anniversary. Outside of that, there's not much of a reason for me to stream this game. Heck, I haven't streamed Splatoon in general. Not counting the April 2024 online shutdown stream. Not counting that. I haven't done a stream for it since like the Zelda Splatfest in 2023. Because I did a couple of those streams early on in Splatoon 3's life, and then eventually it was like, no one's showing up for these, and I'm not really enjoying making them all that much. So we just won't bother. And that was fine. That's totally fine. Although I did like doing that online shutdown stream where we just played Splatoon 1 until the servers kicked us out. That was a lot of fun. And that stream went on for a long time. But that had every reason to go on for forever because that was the goal, was to play as long as it would let us. That was the whole point. And we got to, I think, 2 hours over the shutdown before it kicked us out. When they did the stage rotation, that's when it kicked us out. So, and I know people got further than that, but that was when I was kicked off. And it was a lot of fun. And people did tune in and comment, and that was fun. We'll say 5:30. It's 5:13 for runtime right now. We'll say 5:30, so another 15 minutes. We'll say 15 minutes. And then that'll probably be it. Ooh, this is interesting. We got someone with a Japanese username. Doesn't necessarily mean they're from Japan, but got someone with a Japanese username. So, hello, Japanese username. Welcome to the stream. HDK, and then another character that, of course, I don't know how to read. But welcome to the stream, though. So yeah, I guess we'll do another, 15 minutes or so. Get a couple more matches just to kind of really get my fill in. And then we'll probably call it, finally, for real this time, and, maybe we'll do a stream again later. Maybe we will, maybe we won't, we'll see. Obviously, I like playing this game a lot, but just because I like playing it a lot doesn't mean it needs to be streamed necessarily. I just thought of something. Does Pretendo work on Japanese Wii U's? I don't know that. Now, for the Switch, this wouldn't matter because the Switch is region-free, but the Wii U was not region-free, so I don't know if it works. Because I know for Project M back in the day, they had an NTSC build for the US, an NTSC build for Japan, and then they didn't have a PAL build. You had to use NTSC. Now, again, from the Switch onward, that doesn't matter because it's all region-free and everything is the same version anyway, but... Yeah, actually, I wonder if it's possible for people on a Japanese Wii U with Japanese copies of games to play online still with Pretendo. I mean, I'm sure there's a way. I don't know if it's officially supported or not. I'm sure it's supported for PAL at the very least. I'm sure it's supported for Europe, for European consoles. I just don't know about Japan. Well, that was fast. I am not doing great on these Rainmaker matches, I will say. I think my brain is still kind of in turf war mode. That's also something that's not helping. You know, let me look real quick. I am very genuinely curious. Let's see, FAQ. I don't see anything that says yes or no. I'm going to interpret that as yes. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Hold on. I see a screenshot of Splatoon from a Japanese website talking about Pretendo and Homebrew. So maybe it does support Japanese consoles, or maybe they're just talking about it. So yeah, I'm gonna just assume that it does work. I'm gonna assume it does. There's nothing that's stopping it. Like, whether or not it supports the Japanese language option or not, it works, is what I'm going to assume. Even if I can't find any definitive proof that it actually does. I'm going to assume it does. Yeah, that big fat ink wall. That is what I like. Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it, the slowness effect. I forgot about that. Is that only in this game? It might be in Splatoon 2. I don't think that's in Splatoon 3, though. Ah, that slowness thing, it really does slow you down. Oh yeah, they're ahead by a lot. Oh, come on! We ain't winning this one. I can just say that right now. But at least we're getting somewhere. That's something, right? I mean, we're gonna lose, but at least we're not gonna completely just die. Okay, we won. I'll take that. Alrighty then. We probably got one more match. Maybe two, but at least one more match, I think. Before we call it. For now, at least. We might do some Splatoon 1 at the end of the Mario Kart stream, just for the heck of it when we do that on the 4th, but we'll see. The only problem with that, though, is that the Wii U runs at 59.94 and the Switch runs at 60, which for normal viewing purposes makes literally no difference, but from a streaming and recording perspective kind of mucks it up a bit. Oh, connection's been lost. Of course, everyone's... Look at that, level 50 Japanese. Yep, that sounds about right. Some things never change. Although, to be fair, there is also a level 12 Japanese. Wait a second, I'm a complete idiot. I was like, does Pretendo even work on Japanese Wii? I've been saying that, and look at the screen, you idiot. There's Japanese players, so yes, it does work. Oh my god. Wow. Does it even work on a Japanese Wii U? Well, yes, it does, because then there wouldn't be Japanese players if it didn't. And you might say, oh, people might just be putting in Japanese names on an American account. You can't do that on the Wii U, at least. Maybe on the Switch you can, but not on the Wii U. Because again, the Wii U is region locked. You cannot access the Japanese keyboard on an American Wii U. So nope, those have to be Japanese players. So no, I'm just an idiot. Yes, it does work on Japanese Wii U's, because otherwise there wouldn't be Japanese players. So yeah, apologies for my idiocy. And not realizing what the heck is on my screen. Now, it's not like Mario Kart where they will literally show you a flag. But I mean, they're Japanese players. Just because of how the Wii U works. If this was the Switch, then sure, they could be Western people spoofing. But on the Wii U, when it's region locked, yeah, no. I mean, maybe there's homebrew that lets you use other keyboards, but yeah, no, those are Japanese players. I'm certain that they're Japanese players. We're ahead by 1 point! It's not gonna last very long, but it's something. Let's see, I heard a Lady Chameleon might be introduced in Brand New Day, even though Chameleon was already introduced in Far From Home. Maybe it's just because it's been forever. But since when was Chameleon in Far From Home? I don't know. I'm probably just forgetting something. I don't know. I haven't seen Far From Home in a while. So. I mean, I guess it wouldn't be that surprising. I mean, we do have the female Silver Surfer in Fantastic Four, for better or worse. Obviously, people are going to have very strong opinions on that. As with any time they gender bend or race bend a character in anything, pretty much. I feel like it's become it's never been popular, but I feel like the more time has gone on, the more people are just, like, tired of it. Like, if you want to have a character of a certain whatever, then, like, make that character. Don't change an existing character to be that. People really don't like that. It doesn't matter if it's movies, TV shows, or games. People don't like it. One more. We're gonna do one more. It's about to be 5:30, but screw it. We'll do one more. Just one last one, and then we'll actually be done. There was a guy named Dmitri when his name was later revealed to be Dmitri Bat. I'm not going to try to pronounce that Russian nonsense. Simurdikov, whatever. He was a bus driver played by a human. Okay. Actually, something I've not mentioned so far, not that I have much to say about it, is so the Persona 4 remake. This has been rumored basically ever since Persona 3 remake happened, or Reload, I should say. There's been talk of it. I think the game should, personally, just side tangent, the game should be called Persona 4 Rewind, because that would fit in perfectly with, you know, VHS tapes to TV, all that stuff, that would fit in perfectly. Just to get that out there. They should totally call it Persona 4 Rewind. It would fit with the consistency as they start with Reload. Rewind would be perfect. Anyways, so Yuri Lowenthal, who has voiced many characters in many things over the years, including, of course, Insomniac's Spider-Man. He also voiced Makoto Yuki, the Persona 3 protag, in original Persona 3, and he voiced Yosuke Hanamura in the original Persona 4 and all of its spin-offs and versions, so far at least. He is confirmed, along with another voice actor, I forget for which character. Chie's voice actor. Chie's voice actress, who has been the voice of Chie since Golden, not the original. There was already a replacement starting with Golden, but from Golden onwards, that's Dancing All Night, the anime, all that stuff, everything since Golden, which is the voice that most people know at this point, especially if they got into Persona 4 with Golden when it came out on Steam a few years ago. She also said, but basically both she and Yuri said that they are not coming back for Persona 4 Remake. That they were not asked, even though Yuri said he would very much like to be involved in it. That they're not coming back, even though they both want to come back. This is unfortunate, but it's pretty much to be expected because that's what happened with Persona 3 Reload, right? The original English voice cast was completely recast, aside from, I think, one person. I think the actress that played Elizabeth, they kept her, but everyone else was recast. Most notably, of course, Vic was recast for Junpei. That's not really surprising. Obviously, there's been drama and controversy with him. I don't know which side is right. I'm not going to pretend like I know. I'm not going to pretend I even know that much about it. But there's allegations, and there was a whole thing that happened back in like 2018, 2019, whatever. So he was never going to come back as Junpei for that reason anyway, no matter how you feel about the situation. But everyone else was recast, and that was a big bummer for people. Now, eventually people grew to like the new voice cast, and if you play the game in Japanese, the Japanese voice cast is the same. They didn't recast the Japanese voice actors, just the English voice actors for Persona 3 Reload. So I assume they're going to do the same thing with Rewind. I'm going to call it Rewind until proven otherwise. I assume they're going to do the same thing with Rewind, where all but maybe one of the voice actors will be recast, but the Japanese voice cast will be the same. Which is fine enough for me, because I play with the Japanese voices when I play Persona games anyway. So for me, it's not a big deal. But for other people, especially for a character like Yosuke, I know that's going to sting. People really like Yuri's Yosuke. Heard notification sound right there. Just want to check what that was. Let me mute. So I guess basically them saying they're not going to be in the remake is basically confirmation that the remake is happening. I mean, I know people thought it was happening anyway, but I was kind of like, really? Already? I mean, I know Persona 4 was going to get a remake at some point if they're going to remake 3, but I didn't think they were going to do it for a while. Nope. In fact, a lot of people are expecting the remake to be announced at the Xbox event, because Atlus has been doing stuff at Xbox events for the last few years. So it will not be at Summer Games Fest, even though Atlus is... Oh, sorry, Atlus is not on the list for Summer Games Fest, but Sega is, but I don't think that means anything. I think that, yeah, I think that we're not going to see anything from them there. But at the Xbox event, we're probably going to get that Persona 4 remake and maybe, hopefully, finally something on Persona 6. Come on, man, throw us a bone. At least tell us it's a thing. I mean, we know it's a thing, but, like, I don't know, give us, like, heck, give us a Chairs trailer. I don't even care at this point. Just give us something. Give us a Chairs trailer and tell us it's like 2027. Whatever, just tell us. I don't care how basic the trailer is. I don't care if it's a chair with a green background, because people are assuming the color is going to be green. Like, it's like a basic logo. That's not all the... Like, literally just repeat the Chairs trailer. Winter 2014. They're not going to make that mistake again, to be clear. But... I'm gonna guess we're further behind. Oh, okay. I wasn't really paying attention. Alrighty then, well that's a good way to end the stream. We got a win. A big win, but a win, which we'll take at this point. Alrighty then. Do you think Brave New World bomb cause? Live up the senior trilogy. Sorry, I'm confused. Like, are you saying, like, will it bomb? Is that what you're saying? Oh, wait, okay, hold on. Sorry, okay, hold on, wait. You're talking about Brave New World, not Brand New Day. I was like, wait, like, okay. That bombing, okay. The Captain America brand is probably still big enough that they'll probably trudge on with at least something, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll have to see. Alrighty then. So, oh yeah, 5 hours, 38 minutes, and 28 seconds and counting. Oh boy. And perfect timing. It's now 7 p.m., which means a refresh to the stages. Alrighty. I mean, obviously, if they do another movie with Anthony Mackie, hopefully it's better. Again, I haven't seen Brave New World, but the reception is not great. Ah, look at the timing. My Resort. The better version of My Resort. Well, we can always save that for another time. We've been going on long enough. Maybe another time. So yeah, that went on a lot longer than I thought, but it was fun. It was fun. Splatoon 1 is always a blast. So, yeah. So I guess, yeah, that's gonna be that, folks. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Thank you, Antonio. Thank you, that Japanese guy that popped in for a sec. Thank you to Jay. It was cool talking with him. It was cool to see him show up. Thank you to Jamil. And, of course, anyone and everyone that watched this stream at some point in this 5-hour Ramble Fest. So, I mentioned this earlier in the stream, but I will remind people in case you joined in later. As far as the next stream is concerned, I'm going to be doing a farewell stream for Mario Kart 8 on the 4th. Mostly deluxe, but I may boot up the original game as well. Although we already covered the original game when we did the 10-year anniversary last year. But we'll at least be doing all of deluxe, all of the tracks, the battle mode, everything. I might do another Smash stream, but I might save that until after the Switch 2 launches. And then, of course, when the Switch 2 launches on June 5th, I will be playing Mario Kart 8. I will do Mario Kart World. Not initially. I'm going to play a bit of it before I do a stream. But we will do a stream later that day for Mario Kart World and maybe some of the other stuff. So yeah, be on the lookout for that. In terms of any other stuff I'm doing, I do have a couple of discussion videos I would like to do. Obviously, the last discussion video with the Series S did really well, and I'm very, very happy about that. And again, thank you to everyone that watched and commented on that video. I genuinely really appreciate it. It was really cool to see that video do so well. Obviously, the next couple are not going to do that well. That was kind of a fluke, but still. There's a couple of ones I've been meaning to do, like, again, a kind of Marvel discussion in general, kind of state of the MCU, me and the MCU and stuff. That's one. One that I'd like to do actually really soon is basically a retrospective of Mario Kart 8, kind of going through the entire 11-year journey of Mario Kart 8. That's a discussion I want to do. In fact, I've tried to record it a couple of times, so I haven't really been happy with how it turned out. I'd like to do that before Mario Kart World launches, so sometime in the next week, but we'll see. But yeah, but we're definitely going to be doing a farewell stream for Mario Kart 8 on the 4th, and we'll be doing a Mario Kart World stream on the 5th for the Switch 2 launch. And I'd like to get a Mario Kart, Mario Kart 8 retrospective at some point out the door in the next few days, but we'll see. And that's pretty much it that I can think of for now. So again, thank you everyone for watching. And with that being said, this is Logan59XP, and I'll see you guys next time.